It's right here.
And then what was the Mac?
Don't forget to remove the spoon.
The carbonara Mac of the week.
Here, I'll grab it for you.
Excellent. And then click see rewards.
Enjoy.
And it looks like you do not quite have enough points yet.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
$10.
Each had multiple stab wounds. Some had defensive wounds, showing they fought with the attacker. And there was no sexual assault. County Coroner Kathy Mabbutt is describing the murders as personal.
Okay, so hi everybody, welcome and welcome back to Watch the Obsession. Right now, covering the University of Idaho slayings of 4 beautiful innocent students who were stabbed to death with a knife, presumably by the same person. And right now, where we're at is we need to know who that is. Justice needs to be served for the students and their families and the community. Although I hesitate to say the word community these days, and you guys know why, but, it's a terrible thing that's happened. So, hi, Yarnament, and thank you so much for being here. Wonderful moderator. Hi, DC Primetime. It's nice to see you. I think you were saying you've been following this case, DC, on the periphery, so you will learn plenty about it tonight, and I'm glad that you're here. Hi, Kitty Witty. It's so nice to see you. Glad you're here, too. Oh, Muffy Dragon Slayer, my darling. Glad to see you as well. Tracy Wheeler, hi. How are you, my friend? I'm glad you're here. And Michelle G. Oh, hi, Michelle G. How are you doing? I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. Maybe not. Maybe. Hi, Tony. But welcome. Hi, Tony, sweet dear. How are you doing? And hi, Midge. How are you doing? It's great to see you. Let's see. Okay, cool. So yeah, I'm sorry if there's some confusion about the start time. I told you guys I was going to go back to doing my regular Friday evening live streams, and I am, but I just been coming off of a crazy, it was kind of like week and a half with family stuff going on. I told you about this in work, so I just couldn't get together for yesterday, but I am going to get back on the Friday schedule plus one day. So, hi, the Rockways. How are you doing? Oh, thank you. Hey, I like that comment. She says, you're super tenacious, Kelly. I wouldn't mess with you. Thank you, Rockways. I like you a lot. And I'm very impressed with your knowledge of the Delphi case specifically. Wow. Hi, Samantha Mustard McDowell. How are you doing? She says, well, watching from Belfast, Northern Ireland, UK. Awesome. Welcome. Nice to see you here. Oh, great. That's awesome. Hi, CR. How's it going? Hi, Esther. How's it going? Yeah. So, where to even start with this case these days? It is getting so absolutely, completely confusing. Well, no, here's the deal. Law enforcement's confused. Don't you think that's clear? Please let me know if anyone else has an opinion about that. I would love to hear what you have to say. I think law enforcement is clearly confused, and they are putting out information to the public, in my opinion. And, I'm not trying to trash them. I'm not saying they're bad people. I'm certainly not saying that in my opinion, I am observing or feeling or sensing or just believe that there's any malicious intent or systemic corruption here, like there is in other places, or as we've seen in other cases, correct? I personally don't get that here. If you think differently, please let me know. I'd love to hear what you have to say. But what I do see is, probably, a lead agency who is not used to this kind of crime. I mean, not a lot of places are, let's be real. But they seem really underprepared and I'm going to say not capable. I don't think they're capable. And again, I'm not saying that to be a jerk or to, criticize them. I'm really not. I admire anyone who's in law enforcement. My God. And thank you for your service. Anyone who's listening who's in law enforcement or has a loved one who's in law enforcement. I just think that is the fact of the matter here. And it is true that, yes, the FBI and the Idaho State Police are involved in, I want to call it like a consulting basis, it feels like. But, they're not the lead agency. And I'm wondering, and I don't know the answer to this question. I'm going to put it out there to you guys. At what point, is there a point? And if there is, at what point when you're looking at a murder like this, horrific murder, community unsettled, don't have any suspects, crime horrible, right? And time passes and the family is starting to get restless and the families are starting to say, they were very polite and cordial and deferential at first. They are beginning to say not so favorable things about law enforcement. And I don't blame them. I mean, they want justice for their loved ones as well. Back to the question, at what point does another agency take over? Does that happen? I do not know the answer to that question. It seems like there should be a possibility for that to happen if it needs to, if justice is the ultimate goal, and it always should be. So I don't know. Hi, Dave BMX. How are you doing? Great to see you. Welcome. I'm going to see if anyone in chat knows the answer to that. They're leaning heavily on the feds right now. I think they are leaning heavily on the feds. Oh, regarding the feds, thank you for saying that. As always, Yarn and Mittens. I never got around to saying this during the last live stream because allegedly he was here and we were talking and I kind of felt like I kept cutting him off. So when I wanted to interject, I stopped believe me, I stopped myself. Can you believe that? I don't stop myself all the time, but sometimes I do. Might not look like it, but I do. So he mentioned that there definitely were, I don't know the exact number today. Okay. We'll say it like that. 46 FBI agents on this case, assigned to this case, working on this case, most of them on the ground in Moscow, Indiana, working on this case. Right. So we were questioning, and people on other channels and in the community have questioned, why is that? Oh my gosh. Like, why so many FBI agents? They must, really be onto something, and they must know. I bet they know that this is a serial killer, right? I have a different thought on that, and I can't be sure. And I bet none of us are ever going to find out definitively why a certain number of FBI agents are assigned to a particular crime, because they ain't going to tell us, kids, right? So it's part of like the FBI. They're a little hush hush, and they need to be. Oh, I know, because they had the mobile crime scene at the house where these murders happened. Now, when I was watching a couple different interviews in the very beginning, when I was watching, just a whole range of different people contributing and talking about this case, just to get information from as many sources as possible. That's what I usually do when I start a case, is to just pull from as broad and vast number of sources as I can. And then I eventually start to kind of hone them down, and then I'll start to only listen to certain sources. But anyway, I did hear a couple former, I think they must be former, FBI agents say that, and I remember I heard two of them say this, and they both said it seemed to me as though they were kind of surprised, like, wow, this never happens. That in the mobile, crime unit that was there, compliments of the FBI, they were doing like everything there. I guess, you can have like maybe different levels of service at your local crime or mobile crime unit. I don't know what words to use here. I'm not trying to be funny, but, and for this case, they were processing everything right there, eliminating the need for like Quantico, right? So everything could be done right there. Don't have to send it to Quantico, wait for it to get back. Can, get the analysis of the evidence right there on the scene, the stuff that usually takes people 3, 4, 5 months or more to get processed and get back with an evaluation, you can do it right there on the property. So I think that is why there are so many FBI agents on this case. And also, it's just totally effing horrific. But I mean, there are a lot of horrific crimes. This one is definitely up there, but it is an extraordinary number of FBI agents assigned to one case. But I do believe that that kind of encapsulates why. Hi, Maria. How are you? Welcome. Nice to see you. From Palm Springs, California. I so can't imagine nice weather right now. I can't even say Palm Springs. Check that out. I'm in upstate New York. It's very cold. So Rockway says, I think I agree with this. I just, excuse me, skimmed over this comment quickly, but I think I agree. The crimes will be solved by digital forensics. Whoever did this was under 30 years old, and there will be some some online footprint or device footprint. Just start with a geofence warrant. Okay, so possibly, I think that there's also room for it being solved by, what do they call it? Genetic profiling, you've got to imagine that there was some DNA of the killer at the scene. Now, some various things happened that, I'm just going to play you a short little video. I want everyone to get on the same page with a couple different things here that I'm going to just assume we kind of all know as we discuss the rest of the case for the rest of this live stream. So just give me one moment here and let me get down the stream. Thank you everyone for being here. Welcome. Hi, Sarah. How are you doing? Nice to see you. All right. Do I then wait? I just have to pull it up. We'll just take a moment. Here it is. So what I'm going to share with you has to do with the 911 call to 911 around noon on November 13th, when it was discovered that something was not right in that house. This was many hours after the murders happened. And, here it is. I'll let you listen to the rest. Yourself. I don't want to tell you everything I think and then make it sound as though I assume you need to think that as well, because that's not what I'm doing. I just want us to have a same factual basis for what we're discussing. All right, here we go. Okay. Do we finally have the answer? Who made the 911 call regarding the Idaho 4? And what the heck happened? What was said on that call that sounded so incongruent with what we know to be true about the crime?
What did police have to say about the 911 call that was made around noon on November 13th, 2022 in Moscow, Idaho, hours after 4 students were tragically murdered?
So what I'll say to that is it was made from the roommate's call, or phone, excuse me, and we're not going to divulge who made that call. It's part of our investigation still, and when we get ready to release that, we will.
The person that was inside the home that called 911 that was not one of the roommates, can you conclusively rule that person out as a suspect at this point?
I don't think I said that it wasn't one of the roommates. I said that it was used with the roommate's phone.
I believe somebody asked if that was the killer, and you said
no. That's correct.
While 4 precious lives were taken that day, 2 roommates in the house rented by 5 girls survived the attack. We all know that the world of online social media and platforms can be a very cruel place. The 2 surviving roommates, although they had been through a horrific, traumatizing tragedy, had received a lot of hate and tons of criticism from people they don't know that have nothing to do with anything. So the question of who made the 911 phone call has remained. It's been out there, it's been talked about, it's been speculated on. There were, of course, the 2 surviving roommates who were in the house, and then it was said that they summoned for some additional people, some friends. And then once the friends got there, a 911 call was made from one of the roommates' phones, as you heard law enforcement concede in this press conference. But again, it was never released as to who that was. Reportedly, when the 911 call was made by someone in the house or around the house, the caller said that somebody was unconscious and needed help, which makes no sense when you consider what happened. That doesn't seem like the thing the caller would say. We also asked the question, well, why would they have waited until the friends that they summoned to the house arrived to make that phone call when you see what's going on and the situation obviously out of your control, needs emergency help? That made absolutely no sense, right? So what really happened?
They indicated that the roommate who fainted had already dialed 911, but was so upset and absolutely distraught that she passed out before she could give any information to the 911 dispatcher that made any kind of sense. The only information that the bystander was able to give the 911 dispatcher was when she saw the roommate running out of the house and passing out. So that's how the 911 call was made on the roommate's phone, but by someone else. And it's also why the call to 911 was about an unconscious person and not more of, what we'd expect. While the bystander was on the phone with 911, the other roommate was trying to explain that something wrong was Ethan, but she wasn't making much sense either, according to the people who observed this. So here's how this story goes. The roommates woke up, went upstairs to the kitchen, and noticed that the sliding glass door that's on the second floor was open. And it was during that time that they discovered Ethan. They didn't say where he was found on that floor, but that it was so horrific that both girls went into shock and ran out of the house. One of the roommates fainted, and the other was beyond hysterical and not making any sense. Their frantic actions while coming out of the house caught the attention of people walking past. The people responding on the victim's IG claimed to be 2 of the people in the house. They didn't go into detail about the kind of injuries that Ethan suffered, and they also didn't say if anyone went to check on the other roommates before the paramedics arrived, but it was implied that somebody had. The only details they gave about the scene itself was that it was incomprehensibly bloody. While those people were in the house checking on Ethan and possibly the other roommates, the paramedics arrived to an extremely chaotic scene. They were thinking that they were there to assess an unconscious person outside, but when they arrived, they were redirected to go inside to help someone who was very badly, possibly gravely injured. So they walked into the house just not knowing that it was a crime scene. And as a result, they're just being in the house and the way they behaved when they were in there contaminated nearly everything on the second floor. The person who made this report about the 911 call said it didn't seem to them at all like the roommates were the ones roaming throughout the house and carelessly contaminating everything on the second floor and beyond. They said the crime scene was contaminated by numerous people. All of them were trying, and that's all that those people were doing. But they were just simply unaware and or understand what they were looking at, and that it was a crime scene and how freaking god-awful horrific it was, and that the rest of their lives would be changed forever. So that's the story, guys. I mean, it explains all the questions that people have been asking about this 911 call, who made it, why it seems like the investigators were saying someone else made the call, but on the roommate's phone, that in itself just doesn't make sense. Why the call went to 911 dispatch as being for an unconscious person rather than, something that was more fitting for the actual scene. And also, I don't know about how many of you had heard this. I guess, I don't know if to call it a rumor or a piece of leaked information. I'm not sure what it was, but from very early on, I had heard from several sources, certainly none of them that I could independently verify by any means. I just heard this several times, that the sliding glass door on the second floor was open and that one of the students, one of the victims, was found near the sliding glass door. Was he trying to escape? Also, guys, just recently, more recently than I started hearing the rumor about this sliding glass door being open and Ethan being found, or somebody, I'm sorry, being found near it, the coroner, who talks way too much, leaked that Ethan was found on the floor. So many people, I was imagining that it was right by the bedside. Maybe, he was one who fought back. We know that Xana's dad said she fought back, so it only makes sense Ethan did too. It makes sense that he was trying to protect himself and his girlfriend and the rest of the women in the house. But maybe it was him who was found near the sliding glass door and it was open. If this rendition of the story about the 911 call is true, or if even most of it is true, it makes perfect sense and it fits very well with other pieces of information that have been told or leaked. Please leave a comment letting me know what you think. Had you heard this rendition of that story of the 911 call before? And do you think this is what happened? Justice for Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan. Okay, so just about here. All right, so some interesting things about that. There's a lot of information in there. It's the thing with this case, you can, talk for a couple minutes and say so much that there is not certainty about. You could afterwards analyze what was said in the span of a couple minutes for hours upon hours, in my opinion. That's like how this case is going. No concrete, all in theory. That's not good. It's been too long. This is not good. I think I told you guys this before. Hi, Agape Love. How are you? Welcome. Nice to see you. When I first heard about this, which was right after it happened, and then the days after, I didn't do any content on it. I was really hoping I wasn't even going to ever cover it because a suspect was going to, be known to law enforcement soon. There'd be an arrest and, life would not be good because these 4 innocent young adults were violently murdered, but at least justice would be done. It's just not looking like that anymore. Oh gosh. All right. Hi Gregory. How are you doing? By the way, I wanted to give you a verbal hello. And Double R, I got your message. I got your shout out. I responded to you. Yes, of course I missed you. Wonderful to see you. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. Hi, Sis Vicious Girl. How are you doing? I was thinking about you today. Let's see. Hi, Jody is cool. How's it going, sweetie? Welcome. I'm glad you're here. Let's see. Esther, you said something that I wanted to. Oh, I know what she was saying. Okay, so I don't know where the comment went. I forgot to start, but she was saying I heard the same thing too. That just within the last couple of hours, state police, Idaho. I keep wanting to say Indiana, Idaho, Delphi, Idaho. State police were at the scene of the crime, at the residence of the students, and were collecting some evidence. Something that Esther added that I hadn't heard was that apparently it appeared to some people that evidence was being collected from the 3rd story window. Did I get that right, Esther? So let's see. Oh, hi. Who is that? I8 Sexy XYZ. Welcome, Block. Okay. Oh, man. Let's see. I just want to get some comments here. How are you doing? Hi, Phantasmic Ether. I was just pinning your comment. I want to wait till it appeared back on the screen to make sure I was reading right. How are you? I love it when you're here. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. Okay. So Rockaways is saying, and I noticed Sarah Lottie said she doesn't know why, just a gut feeling. She thinks that this is a hit. I'm going to expand on that in a moment. Then the Rockaway says, probably in response to some degree, let's be real though, wouldn't a pro cartel hitman use a gun with a silencer and keep it neat and tidy? Yeah. So people have suggested, this came up in the last live stream, that it was a hit of some sort. But I mean, I was just looking up during the live stream while some of the panelists were talking. I was trying to look up if, a hit has ever been carried out in such a sloppy, bloody manner like this. And I just don't think it's a thing. I'm agreeing with you, Rockways, but you never know. So Xana's mom spoke out for the first time today. I uploaded it on my channel. And so far, we haven't heard anything from her. We heard a little bit, like a small statement from Xana's father, just that God rest her soul, poor Xana, and her parents. And neither of them spoke at the vigil, which is their choice. Totally fine. Just stating the facts. I can't imagine being able to speak, but some of the parents did a wonderful job. So, you know what? I already said I don't want to go into the information about Xana's mom, so I'm going to stick with it. Never mind. Sorry. There's some controversy with Xana's mom. I don't want to bring her into this. She's going through hell right now. I don't want to go down that road. It's just gossip. It's not good. It's not it doesn't have anything to do with justice. So sorry. Oh. Trinity says, Duty Ron showed photos with blood drippings on cupboard in the kitchen. Okay, so I didn't see that. That's crazy because, wow. Let's see. Hi, Aaron on the side of caution. Welcome. How are you doing? Hello, Empress Black Tarot. How are you doing? Welcome. Nice to see you. What is... Oh, leaders. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Wait, can you expand on that? What are you talking about? I think you mean liters. As you mean liters, 4.5 to 5.7 liters. Is that in a person? Not sure. Okay. Okay. Oh. Oh, cool. I'm going to check it out. I'll do the screen grab. I don't want to play any of his video, but I'll do the screen grab. Thank you. I'll grab when I have a minute here. I'll go get it. Hey, seriously, welcome. How are you doing? Yeah, I think they're not. Yeah, exactly. I think they're not experienced with a crime like this. They have they couldn't be experienced with a crime like this. Thank God it doesn't happen every day in their, small university community town. So, of course they're not. But, I do get it is a little hard to hear them put out inaccurate information, or sometimes it's just that. And this is what really bothers me, because we know that all of these people who are speaking on behalf of law enforcement are able to speak articulately. We've heard this happen. They know how to speak when they need to. They're choosing the wrong words. I just think when you're dealing with any crime, but a crime of this magnitude, before you make a statement at a press conference or any other venue where it's clearly going to go public and viral, be very careful about the words you select. I think a lot of the times the mistake is just in the wording, and I don't think that's acceptable. Huh. Yeah, so Tony says, I don't understand why there's so much silence regarding 12 hours before the incident. Complete silence from the frat party, the corner club, from the two surviving girls, and Ethan's triplets. I've been assuming that they were asked, not necessarily that they were under a gag order. You never know though, but they were just asked to not speak. I could definitely see that. and I could see them obliging, but that's what I've been guessing. Sis wants a definition of hit. Yeah, I think they were definitely targeted too. We're going to get into that discussion. So I don't know if you want to come up, sis, but I always love having you up. Yeah, targeted. Yep. Yes, and thank you for saying that the way that you did, Rockways. I really appreciate it. Yep. Rockaway says to Suspicious, people are talking about drug revenge motive for a relative who is in legal drug trouble. So yes, people are talking about that. And from what I have been able to find, it seems like there is some truthfulness to that just talk that's been bandying about. But I personally think that's way off the mark personally. Okay, 6 liters of blood per body. All right. Oh, yeah. You guys, it's okay. So the adult human body contains anywhere just under 5 liters to 6 liters of blood. Let's go with that. Hi, Glenn Jamin. How are you doing? Welcome. Hi, Drench and Fang. I saw some of your comments. I don't think I said hi, though. Nice to see you. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, this is kind of what I'm thinking along the lines of what Drench and Fang says here. Unless a family was a multi-kilo distributor, the likelihood of any kind of cartel involvement is highly improbable. Yeah. Yeah. So I see a couple of you mentioning Xana's mom here in chat. Did you guys hear the interview with her today? There's just one part of it that I'd like for you guys to hear for the sake of discussion. I'm whenever I'm on live streams, I don't know, it's like something about sitting in my living room and talking. Because I'm not breathing in as much through my nose, and my nose gets really stuffy. I'm sure you guys all want to know that, but I feel like I sound strange. So did you guys hear the interview that came out today, the first interview with Xana's mom? Here, I'm going to play just a little bit of that. What I want you to particularly notice is, well, whatever stands out to you, but also her characterization of law enforcement and the investigation. Thanks for the super chat, DC. How are you? Thank you, darling. She said, did y'all see the view from the frat house of the murder house? This struck me for some reason. Me too. I came across it today when I was just grabbing pictures to show you guys tonight. Just Google searching. Let me see if I can bring it back up. Okay. It was just random that I came across. Here, let me bring the Xana's mom talking her first interview into the stream, and then I'll go and find that picture. Okay. All right, here we go. So the interview was with Ashley Banfield, and I thought Ashley Banfield did a pretty good job. Xana's mom, I don't know it. Well, see what you guys think, and then I'll ask the question afterwards. I'm writing it down so I don't forget here. Sweet Xana. Poor kids. These kids, I don't know. I'm sure a lot of us can't stop thinking about it. Okay. I'm just going to play it from the beginning. The part I want you to hear is just a couple minutes in. So here we go.
Xana Kernodle's mom, Kara Denise Northington, is on the phone with me now. Kara, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Can I just ask you off the bat how you are getting by in this terribly sorrowful?
Just to say, and I'm sure you would imagine this, I found this to be absolutely heartbreaking. But I'm sure you're expecting that when the parent of a murdered 20-year-old is murdered or is talking. So
Full time.
Not very easily. Not good. I mean, I don't know what to say to that.
I can't even imagine the pain that you and your family are going through. Have the police been helpful to you, Kara, to understand some of the things they can and can't say?
Honestly, no.
I love that answer. I love how candid she was. The other parents, and I admire them for doing this, have been kind of like tiptoeing around it. They've been very polite, very deferential. Probably are still very grateful to police for the help that they do provide. But Xana's mom is a little more removed from the case, it seems. And, she says, have the police been helpful? And Xana's mom just says, honestly, no. And let's listen to what she says after that.
Honestly, no. They haven't said anything. I learn more on the news and on TV than they have said to me.
Have you had a chance to talk with some of the other parents of the other 3 kids who were there that night and share information amongst yourselves?
Not really.
Wait, just 1 second. Hold it. Esther, ding, 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 ding. This is ultimately why I wanted to play part of this. And we have to discuss this. Esther says, my takeaway of the interview with mom was that she believes that the victims knew the perp and didn't feel threatened, but they felt uncomfortable with him or her. Yes, I got that takeaway too. And what she said about who she thinks the POS who did this, like kind of the profile of him. This is what I want you to listen to. When they're talking about who could have possibly done this, and she's kind of speculating and saying, along the lines of what Esther just said in that comment, I want you to listen very carefully and just listen very carefully, and we'll discuss it right after.
Honestly, I've just been dealing with my family, and we've just been absorbing this shock.
Can you tell me, Kara, what you do know about this terrible night?
Well, what I do know is not nearly enough. We need more answers. There is so much more that can be done that has not been done. And I just know that there's GPS, NASA to find out who went into that home that night. I know that. Why hasn't that been looked into? Why hasn't that been accessed?
Kara, can I ask you there is a mysterious sort of 4-hour and 45-minute block of time that's unaccounted for by the police timeline. The police say that your daughter Xana and her boyfriend Ethan were at the Sigma Chi house from 8 until 9 p.m., but then they don't have any information on where they were from 9 p.m. till 1:45 a.m. Do you know anything about that from either your information from the police or Ethan's family or anybody?
I may be candid in saying this, but I think that they were at a bar.
And where do you get that information from? Did someone tell you that they'd gone from the Sigma Chi house to a bar before they ended up home?
That's what their father conveyed to me, that he thought that they were at the bar at that night. So, yeah, I mean, that's what college kids do on the weekends. So.
But you don't know for sure that they left the Sigma Chi house, went to a bar?
Okay. I don't know for sure, absolutely not.
And have the police asked you any questions about where Xana might have been, or if she texted you, or if she had, if she'd communicated with any family members in that period of time?
No, no answers whatsoever. Really. I asked the investigators when they come and spoke to me. They were not able to offer me any answers. None.
Can I ask you, Xana's sister Jasmine has put such a beautiful tribute to Xana on her Instagram. And I wonder if she has any additional information, just perhaps from being able to access her sister's social media or her phone. Has Jasmine been able to ascertain any other details of what happened that night, or where Xana and Ethan were that night?
No, I'm not going to speak for Jasmine. You would have to ask her that yourself. And she says she's going through it right now without her sister. And I'm sure if she had any answers or any information, she's already conveyed that to the investigators.
May I ask you if you can confirm that Xana's room was on the second floor of the house?
Yes, I can confirm that. And, you know,
And was it on? Sorry?
I just had a question about the other two roommates who were there on the first floor. And I just wonder, you know, wasn't something heard, or, you know, the surviving roommates that were there, they had to have heard something. They had to have, the dog, something.
I can help you with that somewhat. There is information from a prior tenant who lived on the first floor, who said when he lived there in 2019, he moved out. He said he could never hear anything on the second or third floor. If the television was playing very loudly on the second floor, he might hear it from the first floor. And I don't know if that helps you to understand.
The dog heard it, and the dog had to have been barking. You know,
I have information there as well. That I've got information there as well. Our Brian Enton spoke with the parents of Kaylee Gonzalez, and they have actually referred to that. And Brian's going to play that interview in a moment. But Bethany Funk and Dylan Mortensen on that first floor may not have been able to hear anything, according to the prior tenant, who said it was extremely difficult to hear because of the construction of that house. But I do want to ask you, if I can, Kara, was your daughter Xana's room on the right side of the house if you're looking from the parking lot, or on the left side across from the kitchen?
I can't answer that. I can't
But
answer
you do
that
know she was on the...
I never went there yet, so I don't know.
But you know she was on the second floor. Do you know if she looked out the front of the house or the back of the house?
I believe in the front, but I can't confirm. Like I said, I haven't been down to visit it yet. So I tried to go last month, but she was in class while I was.
Let me just clear up about the keypads, the locks, okay? So it is mentioned in this interview. I had heard it mentioned before. I looked into it before. It wasn't today. It was like a week ago. I don't know if there'd be any new information out about that, but I couldn't find anything definitive. The mom will also say here is erring on the side of caution, and Muffy and some other people are talking about, and Honey Bun, did I say hi to you? Hello and welcome, darling. I just saw in your comments. Nice you're here. The mom says that Xana's father was there just the weekend before, he says, fixing a lock. And so, oh, wow, huh? Like, so, you know, Ashley Banfield says, was it the lock on her door? Because Ashley Banfield is really trying to drill down and figure out if the doors have keypad locks on them. And the mom said she didn't know if it was the front door or if it was the bedroom door. Now, Ashley Banfield, I think, is asking about the keypad locks. And she was saying, you know, is it possible that, you know, Xana would have had her door locked, so, you know, the other roommates couldn't get in? And I think what she's doing is she's going after, you know, figuring out about the 911 phone call to 911. I keep doing that. And the curious, you know, report that was made for an unconscious person, not for what we would expect would be reported given what we know. But, you know, I'm going to go back to the video that I put out, that I played some of earlier in this live stream. I think that rendition of what happened that eventually led to a 911 call is pretty darn accurate. almost all of the material details in that story, I personally believe are accurate, including that Ethan was found on the floor on the second floor in front of the sliding glass door, therefore outside of the bedroom. Now, I had heard the coroner at some point had the coroner and the coroner's loose lips at some point. I heard somebody told me that she said this twice. I only heard it once. That I honestly don't recall if she said the male or Ethan or one of them was found on the floor. I had just always envisioned it was Ethan, and based on some other things that were said by her and other people in the know. And I always just envisioned him without really thinking anything more about it, being on the floor next to the bed that, Xana would be in, right? But I think that, just as I was talking about in that video about the 911 call, I think that Ethan was found outside of the bedroom on the second floor in front of the sliding glass door, which was left open. Is that how the murderer got in and out? I think so. And let me go back to the comment so I can bring the point back around. Oops. Okay, so that's all, I guess. So when Ashley Banfield is going to, when I think she's asking the question about the keypad lock to make sense of that 911 phone call, I think something totally different is what ultimately makes sense of that 911 phone call coming in as, hey, there's an unconscious person here, rather than, oh my God, holy shit, there's blood everywhere, So, yeah. And it was said that the two roommates, Dylan and Bethany, came upstairs to get breakfast or brunch a little before noon, saw Ethan on the floor in front of the sliding glass door, went into a state of shock, ran out of the house, which I am 100% sure is exactly what I would do too. And, there are passersby that obviously saw this commotion, went to help them, and one of the roommates had passed out from the shock and the horror of what they'd seen. And it's one of the passerbys that actually grabbed the phone then and talked to 911, reporting someone being unconscious. And that person was either Bethany or Dylan, who just saw something absolutely horrific and ran outside and were in a state of shock. All right, I'll keep playing this.
Okay, our viewers are looking at the front of the house right now, and the window that I'm referring to is on the second story in the front of the house. And that's where we are, triangulating that perhaps that's where Xana and Ethan were that night. I do want to ask you if you know whether or not Xana had a lock on her bedroom door.
I believe she did, yes.
Do you know if it was a lock that was a code that you would punch in on the bedroom door? The prior tenant who used to live there said that every one of the doors in that home, all 6 bedrooms, were rented separately like apartments, and they all had coded locks. But lots of social media pictures have shown at least one of the locks on the door across from the kitchen on the second floor. It didn't appear to have a coded lock. But do you think that,
I saw that
Xana's room had a coded lock?
I believe it did. Her father mentioned to me that he had just went and replaced the lock the weekend before.
You said her father mentioned to you that they had replaced the lock?
Yes, that he had, or he had fixed it or something. But yeah, he said that he had fixed it the week before, just to make sure.
The week before.
Yeah.
So that's the lock on her own bedroom door, not the lock to the outside of the house. That's her own bedroom door's lock?
The main lock he was referring to.
So the obvious question here is, okay, you're replacing how long would you replace a lock? If they're replacing a lock, were they scared? Did one or more of them feel they had reason to be scared? Was it Xana, where Xana is asking her dad to come fix the lock? Like, I don't know. That's pretty coincidental, right? So
when we were speaking, so.
But you're talking about Jeff.
Oops.
Please be seated.
Oh, no, not, oh my God, not you.
Xana
Oh, sorry.
Kernodle's mom, Kara Denise Northington, is on the phone with me now. Kara, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Oh, wait, I got to
Can
go
I
back
just
to the
ask
spot
you
now.
off the
Darn
bat
it.
how you are? The television was playing very loudly on. Not have been able to hear anything, according to the prior tenant who said it was not have been able.
I never went there yet. Just went and replaced the lock the weekend before.
You said her father mentioned to you that they had replaced the lock?
Yes, that he had fixed it or something. But yeah, he said that he had fixed it the week before, just to make sure
The week before.
It was still, yeah.
So then that's the lock on her own bedroom door, not the lock to the outside of the house. That's her own bedroom door's lock?
The main lock he was referring to. I'm not sure. Just from him telling me that when we were speaking. So.
But you're talking about Jeff, right? Jeff Kernodle, Xana's dad?
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
And he had been there just a couple weeks before working on a lock, but you're not sure what door.
Just the weekend before, and he went to meet Ethan's parents, and went to check on Xana, and it was Dad Week at WSU for Jasmine, so he was over there, and they're pretty close schools. Pullman and Moscow are fairly short distance away from each other.
Did Xana's car have Arizona plates?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
And she used to live in Arizona, though, right?
I believe she got the car in Arizona, so that's highly likely, yes.
Do you know what kind of car she was driving?
I don't.
And you mentioned about the roommates, the surviving roommates. Have you had any opportunity to contact them? Do you or Jeff or Xana's sister, Jasmine, do you have their contact information? Are you able to call them to talk to them?
Jasmine and Jeff are in contact with them, yes. They were all at the memorial today. And yeah.
And what did those girls, Bethany and Dylan, say to Xana's dad and her sister about that morning when they woke up and came upstairs? What did they tell Jeff and Jasmine?
I don't know. You would have to ask them that. I'm not going to speak for anybody else. I'm sorry.
Do you know, Kara, if Dylan and Bethany came upstairs and were trying to wake Xana? Because they were trying to wake one of their roommates. Do you know if it was your daughter they were trying to wake?
I don't have that answer either. I'm sorry.
It's okay. And did they say that they could not get beyond a locked door, and that's why they had no idea what was on the other side of the bedroom door and called in an unconscious person?
I believe that's right.
What do you know about that?
That they called in an unconscious person. I know that. But beyond that, I don't know.
So it's hard for you to understand as well why, if there was such a terrible crime that had been committed, the roommates might not have seen the evidence of that crime.
Absolutely, yes.
Have they told you at all, Kara, when you can retrieve your daughter's things from that house?
Not yet, no.
I want to ask you, if you can for us, Kara, about Xana. What would you like people to know about your daughter? We've seen pictures and we've seen social media, but you know her heart. What would you like everyone to know about her?
Xana,
Sorry, wait just 1 minute. So this is important here because there's a lot of people with names that start with J. All right. Kaylee's ex was Jack, Jack. Jack and Kaylee had recently broken up. Apparently, this was Kaylee's decision. Kaylee's mom said that she was a brat. These are her words. And she liked to kind of play those games. They had been together for a very long time. Kaylee's family says stands by Jack 100%. There's no way he would ever do this. They were going to get married someday, blah, 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 blah. So it's Jack. That's all I want to say about that. And yeah. Okay. Finish this up.
You knew Xana. You knew what a light she was to everybody she came across. She was just such a positive influence on everybody around her. I honestly, and I'm not saying this because I'm her mother.
Yeah, I think that butterfly,
yeah. Truth. There's nothing negative you could say about her. She was just such a good soul. And she cared. She deeply cared about her friends and her family. And she would never hurt anybody. I don't understand who would want to do anything to any of these kids. They were all great, great kids. And they were all good, good friends, lifelong friends, even, aside from Ethan. And Ethan was such a great kid, too. No parent should ever go through this. These kids were good kids. I don't understand.
Have you had a chance?
What to do this.
Have you had a chance to speak with Ethan's parents?
No, not yet.
Are you going to have a chance to speak with them?
I'm sure I will, yes.
I do have another question, and that is what we are all trying to figure out what the police mean when they say they believe this was a targeted attack. They've gone back and forth about whether it was the kids inside the house or the house. And now they've really rested on the statement that they believe it's a targeted attack. They don't know if it's the kids or the home itself that was targeted. But do you have any thoughts about why that happened?
All right. So listen closely here. Listen very closely to how Xana's mother answers this question in the little conversation that's to come. I'm just going to go back like 10 seconds in case you were, so wrapped up in the enthralling chat that you didn't hear what's being said. Because I know that happens. Did I say hello to you, Butterfly McCoy? Beautiful. Wonderful to see you here. Welcome, my friend. I'm glad you could make it.
A home itself that was targeted, but do you have any thoughts at all about why that house might be targeted or why any of the 5 roommates might be targeted?
I do not think it was the house that was targeted. I believe wholeheartedly that it was those kids who were targeted. They weren't just acquaintances. These kids were like best friends. They practically were family. These kids were tight-knit. They were good friends. They were like family. They were around each other constantly. They did everything together. How could it not be a planned thing? How could it not have been targeted? For all 4 of them.
Do you know, Kara, do you know anything about Kaylee moving out? Do you know if she had already moved out of the house when this happened, or was she in the process of moving out because she was graduating in the new year?
Again, that's not a question for me. You may ask her family that. I'm not going to speak for her. I'm sorry.
I think the reason I ask is because I'm just wondering if her room was vacant, if the furniture was gone.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry.
Right. Do you also know?
Which explains why, Kaylee at the vigil, Kaylee's dad, who's, said that they were found in the same bed. And so I, was like, wonder why that would be. I'm like, I don't know. I could imagine being in college and, going out drinking with my roommates and ending up in the same bed, just passing out. I don't know. But her bed may have been gone because she was moving to DC Primetime's state of Texas the following week.
Anything about, did Xana ever say anything about problems at the campus? Maybe talk of a stalker. There's been talk that maybe Kaylee had a stalker. Her dad said that Kaylee had told him that she had a stalker or a problem with a stalker. The police haven't been able to run anything down. But
he didn't, by the way. You're wrong. She's wrong on that.
Kaylee was an absolute beautiful, beautiful girl. And wouldn't surprise me if all of these beautiful kids that we lost had stalkers, okay? They were all like rock stars on Instagram and all the social media. They're vibrant, outgoing kids. You can hardly be on social media anymore without being some kind of weird stalker. So that wouldn't surprise me. I don't think that that's what it was, though. I will be honest with you. I think it's closer than that. I think it's deeper than that. I think I think they have information that they're not giving us, and it's real fishy. That's what I will say.
When you say you think it goes deeper than that, what do you mean?
Listen.
I mean, I think it was somebody closer than a stalker, and I don't know who. I'm not gonna specify anything like that. I'm just going to say I think that it's somebody, you know, and I think possibly they may have trusted. That's the only thing I can think of, because how could something like this happen so quickly, so quietly, so without any answer, unless it was somebody super close to them. You know what I mean?
Do you think the person who did this had been in that house before?
I think they knew them. I think they may have even been friends with them. I think it had to have been somebody close to them to have been able to get away with it like this. Just without, you know, it just doesn't make sense.
I know, Xana's mom. I get it.
Any sense. Yeah. It had to have been somebody they trusted that was, you know what I mean? Somebody who knew the house well. Somebody who knew them well.
I cannot.
So I want to listen to that last minute again of Kara's response and her comments about who this horrible person that murdered the Idaho 4 might be. Again, please listen very carefully. Most of what I really wanted us to listen to is in this like minute. So everybody put your listening earmuffs on. I don't know. What do we put on? I don't know. I don't teach little kids anymore. All right, here we go.
Close to them. You know what I mean? And I don't know who. I'm not gonna specify anything like that. I'm just going to say.
I go back. Okay, it's about 2 minutes.
Okay?
Sorry.
Kaylee had a stalker. Her
Absolutely.
All right, here.
Stalker. The police haven't been able to run anything. Stalker. The police haven't been able to run anything down. But did Xana ever say anything?
Kaylee was an absolute beautiful, beautiful girl. It wouldn't surprise me if all of these beautiful kids that we lost had stalkers, okay? They were all like rock stars on Instagram and all the social media. They're vibrant, outgoing kids. You can hardly be on social media anymore without being some kind of weird stalker. So that wouldn't surprise me. I don't think that that's what it was, though. I will be honest with you. I think it's closer than that. I think it's deeper than that. I think I think they have information that they're not giving us, and it's real fishy. That's what I will say.
When you say you think it goes deeper than that, what do you mean?
I mean, I think it was somebody closer than a stalker, and I don't know who. I'm not gonna specify anything like that. I'm just going to say I think that it's somebody, you know, and I think possibly they may have trusted. That's the only thing I can think of, because how could something like this happen so quickly, so quietly, so without any answer, unless it was somebody super close to them. You know what I mean?
Do you think the person who did this had been in that house before?
I think they knew them. I think they may have even been friends with them. I think it had to have been somebody close to them to have been able to get away with it like this. Just without, you know, it just doesn't make sense. None of this makes any sense. It had to have been somebody they trusted that was, you know what I mean? I mean, somebody who knew the house well, somebody who knew them well.
Kara, I cannot tell you how
so quickly without a trace
I can't tell you just how sorry I am for what you're going through, and the parents of the other kids. I said it before, I'll say it again. It's unimaginable. Just know that there are hundreds of thousands of people across this country tonight who are feeling for you as well. You know, in spirit, you are not alone. There are a lot of people who care deeply for you and your family, and they want justice
Sorry,
for you.
I have to listen to that one more time. I don't listen about the stalkers. I'm just writing down the qualities that she lists here verbally. Sorry, I forgot to do that. When I listen to it again.
Just without, you know, it just
Before?
I think they knew them. I think.
Do you think the person who did this had been in that house before?
I think they knew them. I think they may have even been friends with them. I think it had to have been somebody close to them to have been able to get away with it like this. Just without, you know, it just doesn't make sense. None of this makes any sense. It had to have been somebody they trusted that was, you know what I mean? I mean, somebody who knew the house well, somebody who knew them well.
Kara, I cannot tell you how
so quickly without a trace.
I can't tell you just how sorry I am for what you're going through, and the parents of the other kids. I said it before, I'll say it again. It's unimaginable. Just know that there are hundreds of thousands of people across this country tonight who are feeling for you as well. You know, in spirit, you are not alone. There are a lot of people who care deeply for you and your family, and they want justice for your daughter.
I know, and I thank everyone so much for that. Xana's death will not be in vain. They're going to find who did this. I will not take my final breath until this person is found and brought to justice for these kids. Not just my daughter, but these kids and their families and their friends. We all deserve answers, and the person needs to be brought to justice.
That's right.
I wish you and your family peace of mind. And I hope that we can, you know, bring you answers soon, Kara. Thank you for being with us tonight. Thank you for telling us your story tonight. And we'll continue to highlight Xana's story as well and her beautiful life, as you mentioned. It's very evident on Instagram and social media just how vibrant she was and how beautiful she was. And she made a mark on this world while she was here. Thank you so much, Kara, for being with us tonight.
Say one last thing.
Heartbreaking.
Yes.
If there's someone out there, I know there is, that has answers. Please, we all beg you, please, don't be afraid. Please, just tell somebody. We deserve that much. Please.
Yes.
I think you're absolutely right. Someone out there knows something. And it behooves anybody with any small detail even to come forward.
All right. So, gosh, I was looking for that picture of the fraternity house, and then the house I lived in. I know exactly what you're talking about, DC. Driving me crazy because you know what? I wonder if I saved it. I'll check my save file. I think I may have saved it. I hope I did. All right. It's driving me nuts that I can't find it. Because DC Primetime, I had the same response that you did, I think, from what the brief, statement you made there. It like made the hair on my neck stand up. I just got a weird sense about that as well. I really don't know why. I just did. So trying to stop on the kids.
I think you're absolutely right. Someone out there knows something.
All right, that's where we are. Okay. So, wow. So what did you guys think about what she said? And specifically, what do you think she said about her, kind of profile of the murderer? What did you guys pick up on there? Everybody get your notebooks out. Study group. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, ID. Whoa. Sweep. I showed a photo. What? Huh. So you wait, who said, okay, wait, where'd the comment go? Old School says, Sweetie Pie, who's Sweetie Pie? I don't know who Sweetie Pie is. Help me out here. If it's a channel, go ahead, plug the channel. We like to help channels. Sweetie Pie showed photo of a nearby frat guy posting on Halloween with a Marine K-bar knife. Oh, wow, because that's interesting. Ugh. Just catching up on a little chat here. And oh my God, it's so far back. Hold it. I got to get like with the current time, so I'm never going to. Okay, so Tony's saying, I have a feeling that Kaylee's ex was involved. And hey, Sherry Claiborne, by the way, how are you doing? I noticed in the comments at some point you said it was Maddie's ex. Do you mean Maddie or do you mean Kaylee? I just want to be precise on, what you guys are putting out there so we can follow up and talk about it. Because I never heard anything about an ex of Maddie. I only had heard about her current boyfriend, Jake. So we've got Jake, we've got Jack. And they were apparently had a good relationship. He was, I don't know. Gregory says, I have believed it was Jack, Kaylee's ex all along. Well, Gregory, would you mind sharing with us why you think that is? Like, what is it that makes you think that? So, you know what? So when the mom is describing, when Xana's mom here is describing, her profiler of the murderer, I truly think what I hear when she's saying that, I think she has Jack in mind. At some point she says, well, I'm not going to mention anybody, like as though she has somebody in mind. Now, as far as Jack being a suspect, I stayed away from it for a really long time. I just didn't have like that gut feeling like it was him. I also then noticed there were some channels that were, bullshitting information to make it seem like there was more information or like this real substantial information pointing to him and it was fake. And that like makes me angry too. So that made me just want to stay away from it all the more. But when I was, and that's the only opinion I've had about it. When I was listening to that interview earlier today, I just kept having this sense that she's talking about Jack. She thinks it's Jack. She's talking about Jack. And, there's something very real about it to me. So, I'm not staying away from the idea that Jack might be a suspect now. Did you guys hear that and what she said? Muffy Dragonslayer makes a very good point, saying, in my opinion, if it was somebody close, this case would have already been solved. So that's a really good point. And I know now it's different here, Muffy. But I'm just going to make the point that, town of 2,956 people, Delphi, Indiana, and the murderer lived in that same small town of under 300 people, interface with the community, including the family members of the victims on a regular basis through his job at CVS, the only drugstore in town. So we know everybody in town went there, right? And lived adjacent to one of the girls' yards. Again, I know it's different, but it was over 5.5 years later, did they finally catch the bastard, right? But maybe you might be right. Yes, Sherry, God bless these precious young people and their families. Absolutely. Oh. So seriously says, look at Ethan with all those gorgeous girls surrounding him. I'm sure he felt like the luckiest dude in campus, living this amazing and exciting fairy tale. Great point. So did that make somebody unbearably jealous of Ethan? Right? These are all, I think, there's legitimate questions connected to all of it. Unfortunately, lots of questions, very few answers. Let's see. I'm going to put the link in chat if anybody wants to come up and talk about this, or whatever else concerning this case. Please feel free to come up. You don't need a personal invite. I'm going to make it open panel, and I would love to hear what you have to say. We all want to know what you have to say. So please, if you would like to come on up, I always tell people if I don't like the looks of you on backstage, I'll just throw you out. No, I'm just kidding. That's never happened, but it could, I guess. Not to you guys. Right there is chat link. All right, let me still work through a few of these comments. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. Tony says some people have been clear that shouldn't have been, in my opinion. Yes, including Jack, Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. I mean, I was reading an article that was from like 3 or 4 days after the murders just the other day. And they listed all these people that they had cleared. I'm sorry, no way, no way. With that mess of a murder scene and the intermingled blood and DNA and the possible but very difficult time they were going to have, extrapolating the relevant and like poignant evidence and analyzing it. I just cannot believe that they were clearing people and like lots of people just a few days after the murders. Like, what is up with that? So Jennifer Bradford, welcome, Jennifer, sweetie. How are you? Says to Gregory, and I'm pretty sure they're talking about Jack still. Because Gregory said that he thought it was Jack all along. Okay, there. I did at first, but I think they went to his house first. Oh, since he was the last one who called the girls. I think they would have found something immediate if it was a crime of passion. Guess. Oh wait. Hey DC, I see you there. Just 1 minute. I just want to read a couple of these comments I'm sucked into right now. You guys are so smart. Then I'll bring you on up. How long did the girls live there? Let's see, when did their lease start? I honestly don't know. And I think it's different for Maddie and Kaylee versus Xana. Okay, so let's bring DC Primetime on up. So where'd you go, girl? Oops, hold it. There she is. Yeah. Hey, DC Primetime, sweetie, how are you doing?
Hi, Kelly. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thanks for coming to see it. Can't wait to hear what you have to say.
Good to see you. So I've been following this case on the mainstream media.
Okay.
I haven't really gotten into all the details.
I'm just kidding. Mainstream media.
Gotten into all the details on social media, which, let's just be honest, the social media platform gives you a lot more details and a lot more rabbit holes, so to speak.
Yeah. And sometimes a lot more bullshit, but yes, those things too. Yeah.
Yeah, but some of them pan out. So
that's right. That's right. Absolutely.
I'm a social media person. I'm not a mainstream.
Me too. Big fan of true crime on social media. Everyone hit like. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
And just with that, the platform that social media gives us to enter our perspectives and enter the information that we've garnered through the social media or the mainstream media just gives us a broader perspective and enables us to get a bigger picture of what's going on here. So please hit the like, please enable more people to see this stream is live and get some more perspectives into the chat, because it's going to take a village to kind of figure this one out, because
it is. You know what? And you said that about other cases before, DC Primetime, and I love that. And it truly saddens me to the core of my soul that we're now saying that about this case, because I was really just hoping they could pull it together and solve this for the families and the victims.
And unfortunately, it's not going to always be like that, Kelly.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. You just got that feedback. All good.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
but I'm in Texas, so we just had an Amber Alert for a little Athena Strand that was abducted and apparently murdered by a FedEx driver or contract worker like 3 days ago. And
Oh my God.
And the expediency that this case was nailed down to effect and a resolution for the families, I think that's just a blessing.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
I just want to kind of deviate from this case for a second just to say, like, thank you to the Texas and the FBI legal law enforcement agencies that have put forth the effort in this case to get this case solved, because it's not Summer Wells, it's not another Chris Watts conspiracy, it's not another Idaho 4, it's not another Kylie Riley.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
It's where we have, like, immediately, like, no shade is casted on anybody that is involved in this case, and it's just beautiful to see. So thank you to everyone.
That's amazing.
And FBI and the Texas Rangers and the law enforcement in Wise County, Texas. Thank you so much for all you've done to help us bring resolution to the case of Athena Strand. But unfortunately, on YouTube, we follow cases that don't have an immediate resolution like this one.
That's right.
And there are holes, there are gaps in the investigation or the coverage. And I believe strongly that social media, we may not have the credentials, but we have the time and the desire and the wherewithal to kind of follow these cases and to kind of connect the dots, so to speak, as to what's plausible and what's probable. I think sometimes it does veer off the cause of probability, and that sometimes it's not authentic to solving crimes and getting resolution for these cases. But I think in this case, we have the ability to kind of parse through what we've seen so far, because it's new. It's just happened. And there's a lot going on. There's 4 victims. We don't all know what's going on with this case, and we don't know who they've ruled out. But I think that the law enforcement agencies in this case have kind of given a leg up to social media, so to speak. As far as to say, like, we've rolled this person out, or we've rolled this person out, and this is what happened. And kind of to that line of thinking, I watched News Nation with Ashley Bannon a couple of days ago, and Brian Ensign was there, and there was snow on the ground, and he was walking from outside the frat house into a field covered with snow. And a few feet away was the house that these murders took place. Just to put yourself in that position, just to have that perspective, really kind of lends a lot to the community at large here. Because when we're talking social media, we're talking everybody on social media that have some kind of inclination or something that
do you go ahead, honey,
sorry, true value to this case.
So do you have any sense of who you think may have done it, even if it's not a specific person? I mean, like a profile? Go ahead.
I do have a profile, and I've been reading a lot of books on profiling, so forgive me.
I've been reading. I've been reading a couple lately too, because I was going to do a profile. Then I saw I was making the video. Then I saw Michelle After Dark did it, and I was like, oh, mine was very similar to hers.
She did a really good profile. So Michelle After Dark. But I've been reading Robert Hare's book on psychopathy, and it's just fascinating how many psychopaths walk among us every day.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And, not a lot of these cases get the coverage on mainstream media or social media, but There's
Yeah.
many evil things that are perpetrated onto innocent people every day.
Mhm.
It,
Sure
it's
thing.
baffling. It's baffling how many psychopaths just walk among us pretending to be normal people. And they're
So
pretending.
what do you think? So what do you think about the person who committed these murders? Like, what do you
I
think?
think it's a
Who do
male.
you think? Yeah.
I think it's a male in their mid to late 20s, maybe early
Okay.
20s, like 21 to 28
Mm-hmm.
age range, like a loner, like
Mm-hmm.
an outcast, somebody who wasn't well accepted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think this person had, I don't want to say like hunting, but I think
Yeah.
that's very common for the area.
Well, I'll jump in on that. As far as the profiling right now, I agree with everything you said, except I haven't really personally honed in on the age yet. I'm like back and forth a little bit, but I think that this person absolutely had to have some experience doing something that made them able to deal with that much blood. Listen, so this person decided to go walk into a house where I personally believe they fully knew that there was, whether 4 or 5 or, multiple people in that house, and that it was very possible they could come into contact with every single person in that house and more. It was a party house where other people going to be coming over, they wouldn't know that. And then they felt confident, extremely confident, they were going to walk into that house without a gun, with just a knife, and that they were going to walk out. Knowing,
I think so.
yeah, knowing what, it is you're going to be dealing with if you bring in a K-bar style combat knife. And I think that person had to have some kind of military experience.
Or affinity.
I go
Check,
even a little farther. I feel like he has to have experience with human blood. Yeah.
I think if you check like the searches of this person, like my
Mm-hmm.
husband, for example, is into hunting and guns and all that stuff. He's not a hunter or somebody that like would have any experience with that, but he's just really into that stuff. So you can look into the gun searches or the knife searches of the person and kind of get a digital footprint of what this person is into as far as their fantasy, right?
Yeah.
I think this was a young person. I don't think this was an older person. But I may be wrong. Like, look at Delphi. Look at the suspect in Delphi. Like,
right.
My God, that was left field. But I think this was somebody that either was in the house before or had a very clear view of the house. And when Brian Enton on News Nation did that spot with Ashley Banfield and just showed the house like perfectly on that photograph, I wish I had screenshotted it and saved it for you, Kelly, but it just struck me. I'm like, wow, this is like a shadow box, like
with the fraternity house in it.
Yes, the front fraternity house to the, it was like a shadow box, like red light district, kind of weird.
Yeah.
Oh no, it was like it took on kind of a surreal aspect to it. We're not real people. These were just people on show. And if you couple that with their social media presence, and I don't want to say it's bad to have social media. I don't.
Yeah.
But you have to be really careful what you put on social media. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh no, my God. Absolutely. Of course you do. I mean,
be careful.
It's so easy to accidentally put out information that is going to let somebody know that you're in a vulnerable situation, vulnerable enough where they feel confident that they can overtake you and do what they want with you if that's what they want to do. So you definitely have to be like super, super careful. Yeah, I put that in. A couple of you guys were asking. First of all, it's DC Primetime who's up here. A couple of you were asking about that. and I put the link for panel in chat. If you would like to come up, would love to have you come up. So I just wanted to get to that.
And Ara, Jody, I know you guys have been following this case, so if you have any opinions, please come up. I'm sorry I haven't been so active in our chats lately, but I've been really.
No, it's okay.
My family's been sick, but
I
have felt compelled to come up tonight with Kelly just because of what I've seen and the vision of the murder house from the frat on that News Nation video just really struck me for some reason. And it may be nothing. It may not be correlated in any way, shape, or form. I mean, it was just like perfectly pictured from the in that frat house. And that
I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna definitely I'll find it by the end of the live stream and share it with you guys. It struck me as being a little eerie too as well. I don't know what it was.
Bizarre. And it's just like it's a small community. And Kelly, I'm not sure where you went to undergrad, but I went in Gainesville. Villanova, okay. So it was kind of like a bigger college town, but like we still knew who was in the sororities and like stuff like that. But it was a lot bigger, I think, than this community here. I think it was a lot smaller for the University of Idaho, and I think everybody kind of knew who everybody was. And just because you went to a party at a frat doesn't mean that you belong to the frat, right? It's just you
well, he does belong to that fraternity.
Ethan does, yeah. But
okay.
Anybody,
I got you. I got you. Okay.
Anybody who kind of showed up, like
right,
as like a person connected to the frat, or just like somebody who knew somebody that just came to a party at the frat, they would have like a perfect, clear vision of that murder house from that. And
well, it seems that there was a lot of I watched oh God, God, it's slipping my mind. I watch it all the time. Interview Room. And it was amazing the view and the access that people had of that house in like any number of areas. I mean, it was crazy. Somebody could have been really just tucked away in the woods there, and they never would have known it. I mean,
I do believe somebody was in the woods, and I do believe that they got in through that sliding glass door. And I do believe that they came in before the 4 people that were murdered arrived home. I think this was very calculated. I don't think this was random. And as far as the forensics, if this perpetrator had spilled blood or cut themselves in the...
And they had to have. I mean, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, unless there was some kind of, I mean, it was a brutal... I mean, the blood...
It was brutal. I mean, and even though it was a combat knife that was, had a style that, was meant to protect your hand from sliding on the knife and slicing your hand. I mean, this person murdered 4 people. I absolutely positively do not believe that this person walked away uninjured. I don't think that's possible.
I don't think it's possible either. And when we think of how bloody and just, and I'm sorry if I'm breaking the YouTube rules right now, but just horrific the crime scene was. I mean, I saw, I'm a member of Duty Ron, so I saw him and Ed talking about how the blood was like leaking out of the house, like into the oh my God,
it's bad.
Just the visual of the blood leaking into the foundation.
I know. I know. So wait just one second. I want to get to a couple things in chat here. So Ara, do you want to come up? So Ara says this person will be caught. I have no doubt that law enforcement is on top of it. I'm so glad you have more faith in them than I do, because I'm losing faith. And again, I don't think that the law enforcement who's taking the lead right now, I don't think they're bad people. I don't think that they are suffering from some kind of systemic corruption within their own agency. I don't think they have any ill intentions. I just think they're doing a pretty bad job. And and I know that they're not used to solving this kind of a case. I know they're only humans and all of that. And I respect what they do. But for me, there have been too many silly mistakes done, too many careless things said and put out there where I believe they themselves, on several instances, have gotten in the way of their own investigation. It's starting to become inexcusable, in my opinion. And like, come on, people. So, Ara, I'm glad you have more faith in them than I do, because obviously I am losing the faith. And oh, hey, Old School's backstage. So I'm going to welcome Old School up to the panel. If anyone else wants to come up, the link is in chat. Okay, so hey, Old School, how you doing? Welcome.
Hey, I just put in the chat the link to Sweetie Pie's video of the frat.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, it's at the 13-minute, 30-second mark. It's a guy named Ryan, and he's got this kind of a medieval helmet on with this K-bar knife he's holding.
Oh,
and
God.
It was taken on November 22nd. And then it has his sketch of a kind of a French waitress, and it has Texas or Tex, I think Tex. But if you start playing it at the 13-minute, 30-second mark, you'll see what she's showing.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. I'm going to check that out. Thank you. And she's referring to, if you guys didn't hear it, Sweetie Pie played a video that was at a frat house. I wasn't clear on which one it was.
Oh, he's a friend of Jack. His name is Ryan. I think it was at their frat house. And
okay.
Ryan's
so he's a friend of Jack, and Jack is the ex-boyfriend of Kaylee. And I really want to get to talking a little more about Jack. I'm glad you segued that a little bit. Okay, cool. Wait, so I would say, could you say that again, honey? I didn't. Old School.
Ryan is a frat boy or frat guy. He's a friend of Jack.
Okay, cool, awesome, nice. I'm gonna try to bring that up as far as just a picture there.
Yeah, it's eerie. I think I saw it a day or two ago, and I'm like, whoa.
So what do you think? What do you think about the person who committed this horrific crime?
Well, I agree with Butterfly McCoy. I think it's a crime of passion.
Oh yeah.
And I think that my theory is I kind of agree with Van Holding. He's an older African American man.
I don't promote him. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay.
It's okay.
Well, okay. I'm sorry. But
he's one of the
off
few
the
channels.
wall.
I'll tell you why sometime.
Yeah,
okay.
He's really off the wall. Okay, out there. But he did bring up.
He says very irresponsible things. But
yes, he does. He does.
Yes.
But what thing that got me was the two unharmed roommates. And I lived in a similar situation with 5 college female roommates. And we were all independent. So I looked up their ages, and they're 21 years old. But it's the unison. It's too much unison for a house like that, because they both return at 1 a.m.
Right.
They both sleep in 9 hours, get up around 11:30. Okay.
Right.
On Saturday,
right.
So on Saturday and Sunday at my house.
Because the roommates weren't together. They were away separately, the two surviving roommates. I just wanted to clarify that. Yeah.
And then they show up exactly around at 1 a.m. because I assumed they just came back and rode together, but no.
Right.
But they said no, they came back separately.
Okay.
So they both had their bedrooms locked. And they're separate bedrooms. So I just thought back when I was at a state college with my roommates. On Saturday and Sunday is our busiest days. Like on Sunday, especially, you're going grocery shopping, laundry, studying, writing that paper. Okay, so how could these two women who have so much unison that they go to sleep at the same time, they both happen to lock their doors and nobody else in that house did. They wake up 9-10 hours later. They both have a female emotional response that gives them an alibi why they were not able to call 911 after seeing all that blood in the kitchen. And apparently they're on the same eating schedule, because I know my roommates, we would have a communal kitchen like that. And we had
did you hear what I think, about what accounts for the them calling and not reporting that somebody had been stabbed or whatever?
I heard that you said it was with the 911 call, and one of them did call, but she fainted, and then the phone call was completed outside by a neighbor.
Yeah, so I personally really believe that. I just want to see if you heard it, but you were here in chat. I knew that. So anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, and then they both get these but they get these angel wing tattoos on their inner arm that has MKXE, the initials of the victims.
Yeah.
So I'm watching yesterday when the memorial service, and I don't see either of them saying anything. And I'm thinking, is that emotional tribute? Is that just for show, or did they really care about these women? Because at first they reported as freshmen, but they're not. They're 21, and I could not find their majors. I couldn't find how long they've been at Idaho State, except for Dylan grew up in Boise, so she grew up in a kind of an outdoorsy city with rafting, and so I think it's either somebody nearby, or it could be the two women working in unison. That's the only way they could have pulled it off.
Wait, you're saying that they possibly did it?
I think it's a possibility because the dog, it belonged to, was it Kylie? His name was Murphy. Kaylee?
Yeah.
His name was Murphy. So he was somewhere else, and he wasn't found until the next day.
Right.
And where are the bloody footprints from him walking through that house, or where are Ethan's bloody footprints out on the?
I mean, that's a good question. Maybe, but listen, this there may be bloody footprints. We haven't really seen any of those crime scene photos.
But not outside on the cement where that kitchen was.
Yeah, I don't know. See, I've heard conflicting reports as to where Murphy was found. He was found in the house. He was found outside. DC Primetime made this comment earlier in chat. I noticed. I was talking about this last live stream. My sister has a dog just like Murphy, like same designer breed. They are extremely docile. It's hard to get her dog. I can only speak about my sister's dog. It's hard to get the dog to bark. I don't know if that's a kind of dog that would like bug out even if something terrible was happening to its owner. But I just wanted to say that.
Okay. About the dog, yeah. I heard Brian Enden say that the parents of Kaylee came out and said that this dog did not bark. It was not it was a golden doodle. From my experience, I have relatives that have Labradoodles, and they don't bark.
Right, exactly.
It's not a barking dog. This dog probably hid away while this was going on.
Yeah, I think so.
And wasn't an aggressive dog, in my opinion.
Right.
Based on what I heard on News Nation.
Yeah.
Well,
sorry, I didn't mean to veer off on that, but go ahead.
Well, did you see the video that the 5 roommates made, and they were mocking each other, like pretending they were each other? Well, one of them was mocking Dylan, and she said, "Well, get that dog out of here," or something to that effect. So did Dylan like Murphy? I don't know if anybody else in chat heard that, but it was like, that's a little weird.
I heard that too, and I was watching. I didn't think anything of it though. Yeah, that is strange, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
So
so you were saying you think it's possible that the 2 roommates did this?
Yeah, because somebody pointed out like that last roommate picture with the pyramid, and then the girls like all lined up. That the 2 unharmed roommates were not smiling, but the victims all had big smiles, and I thought, okay, you kind of look for those little details.
Yeah.
But the unison part just sticks with me because I could only remember, I lived in the house for 2 years with 4 female roommates. We only shared communal meals a couple times as upperclassmen. I mean, we're so on different schedules.
But see, I lived in a house with 5 girls when I was a freshman, senior, and we always like had breakfast together. It was like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, but the fact that they both wake up at the same time, and they're in separate bedrooms. They both go to sleep at the same time. They both have a hysterical outburst alibi. It's just too many coincidences or unisons. I call them.
I don't know. See, I don't, and I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm just like thinking about when you're saying that, like I'm personally thinking like all of those things I kind of find to be normal. Like I guess like for me, like that's how I would function, how I did function with my roommates in college. We were like super close. And probably dysfunctionally so, and it was almost like we were like married couple,
talking about possible suspects.
And to Lucy Lou's comment in the chat right now, yes, the dog had to know them unless the dog was sedated by the perp or something. I remember hearing that in cases where this happened. Yes, it is very easy to sedate a dog. but golden doodles are not barking.
Yeah. I feel like the dog is a non-issue. Yeah.
I don't feel like the dog is an issue either, Kelly. I mean,
they're a very, very sweet breed. Sweet and like,
yeah.
You know how golden retrievers, like you've never seen one be aggressive. Same thing.
Yeah, and my in-laws have labradoodles, so kind of similar, but maybe a little more vocal. But golden doodles, I don't. From what I know, they're not barking dogs, and the labradoodles don't bark either. They don't.
Yes, and we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on from dogs altogether now. So
okay, how about these pictures you got up there? I think that maybe the chat can see it. Don't those pictures look? I mean, maybe I'm old school, but they look very intimate. I call them standing up spooning. Some of them, and it's like,
they do. Yeah,
Am I think there thinking that?
Well, I mean, these girls, you know, is Xana's mom just said in her interview. Oh, and it wasn't you with the dog, DC Primetime, by the way. I'll tell you later. What she said in her interview is, you know, all of the girls were like Instagram, like rock stars, and in the age of Instagram now, when everybody is taking these like, you know, getting done up and taking these sexy pictures of themselves and posting them. I think this is what like young people do. I see what you're saying though. It struck me at first too.
Okay.
But yeah, I think that's just like, I think that's just
I
what
agree.
people do. Yeah.
And I saw Kaylee's sister. I think her name is Olivia.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw an interview she had done, and she just like, this is what kids do nowadays. They live on social media. Like, this is not their fault. And it's not. Like, everybody that age lives on social media. Of course, Kelly and I, being in our late 30s, early 40s, we've become a little more wise after the Watts case as to what social media can bring onto your family. But these kids just, they put it all out there with zero regard. And this is a small college town. This isn't a huge college town. Like,
that's right.
When I went to college, it was a huge college town. And Kelly, I think you the same for undergrad.
Yeah.
Everybody knew everybody, and this was a really close knit community off of Sorority Row. I mean, it's hard to describe it if you haven't seen or been in, like, this was years ago for me, but if you haven't like been a part of that culture, you don't know what it's like. I mean, everybody knows everybody. And I think that there are periphery people that go to these frat parties and sorority parties. I'm just going to say it. But frat parties specifically, based on from the Brian Enton photograph, I think this was somebody that knew them. Somebody that Haley and Madison. Probably.
I think.
Yeah.
I think they do too. Now I want to play a little bit of the interview with Kaylee's mom and with her sister Olivia, who, as I've told you, if you've watched some of my videos that feature her, is one badass bitch. She just did so much work right out of the gate to get that timeline nailed down, where law enforcement was, you know, seemingly just satisfied with having the timeline right around the time, right leading up to the murders, 15 to 20 minutes off. This was unacceptable to Olivia. She went out and she got the information. She taught law enforcement how to do their thing. They actually ended up adjusting their timeline because of the information she put out. All this information was accessible to them as well, but still, she's just a badass bitch. So that's what I have to say about that. So I just want to play some of this interview because, yes, what you just mentioned, DC Primetime, and there's a couple other things in here that I want to focus on because I still need to get to Jack. And then if anybody is interested in specifically talking about Jack or the who they think committed these horrific murders, consider coming up on panel as well. I'll put the link in there in just a moment after I get this all set up. So this is going to be from, I don't have the full interview, and I'm having a hard time finding it from like just the news source. So this is from Criminal Gossipers channel, which is a good channel. I watch it sometimes. So check it out, and thank you very much, Criminal Gossiper. Let's see. Yeah, so it's the mother, sister, and aunt. Yeah, I keep forgetting the aunt. She doesn't talk as much, but we're glad she's there. Oops.
I saw that one, Kelly. Good interview.
Stevenson, ALIVEA, STEVEN, Gonzalez is my maiden name.
My name is Tammy Butts, TAMIBUTTZ.
Good. You guys good? Everybody good?
No, I'm here.
Which one?
You.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
You gotta get it right. Don't get mad.
You got to
Alright,
get it
guys,
right.
so
Don't get mad.
I just want to mention this here is Kaylee's mother. This woman here, she
Thank you, Criminal Gossiper.
very
All right.
informative because they have that
145 could.
From police, it gives a little bit of a timeline of where they may have been that night. Does that map mesh up with the timeline that you've been putting together?
Yeah, I'd say it's very close. I'd say if you have any closer details to kind of hone in, 145 could be very vague. Maybe it's closer to, 150. Let us know if you have anything concrete, because right now concrete's what we can go off of.
I love how she
In
says
terms
that.
of the
Concrete
details,
is what we can go off
You
of.
said it's close.
Mhm.
Does that frustrate you that it's
Oops.
close?
I do, but right now we're still trusting authorities that,
They've changed
it's
their
not gonna be
tune
20
since.
minutes here, 15 minutes here that's breaking this. But yeah, I implore everyone, if they know something different, bring it to the police, because if they want to tighten up that timeline, we stand with that.
It seems like there's just a very big gap when it comes to Ethan and Xana. Do you know where they might have been?
I don't, unfortunately. I know nothing about them.
We have no idea where they were, but we do have a pretty tight timeline on Kaylee and Maddie, and it is close to what they are posting, but it is a difference, and that difference actually could be huge. I mean, it could be, it could not be, but 145, 159. So there is, and we have corroborated with my phone records, Kaylee's phone records, the driver that was driving them around.
Yeah, so you
really
have
concrete.
You have pulled video seeing the Uber driver dropping them off.
Yes.
You've checked your phone records. You know
Yes.
timestamps what
Yes.
time they got home. It's not
All right, guys. So I just want to stop because
Oh, wait, hold on.
they
I
have
was like, who's
confirmed
that?
now
Well, it's Criminal
that
Gossiper.
it was an Uber driver that was driving them around. Okay, so
it's not 145.
Kaylee and Maddie were picked up from their home at 1122 King.
Oops. Yeah.
Around 10:15. It's about a 5-minute drive down. So they arrived to Corner Club around 10:20, which is different than what was released at 10. We know that Kaylee called for an Uber at 1:45. He arrived at 1:49, got in the car around 1:50. It's about a 5-6 minute drive. They arrived home at 1:56.
Bang.
Is it frustrating that your timeline is based on timestamps from videos and phone records, and their timeline doesn't exactly match yours?
I just feel like there's a reason they're just putting it out, the estimate. I don't know, because they do have that information.
all right, guys. So she just said
Ugh,
that they arrived.
Breaking in. I know it's her video.
That's where we have gotten that.
Where I want to
As
get
late
to.
as almost 2:00.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, guys. So those things down.
We gotta do a little fishing, guys. Just
2:52
1 second.
a.m.
Hello? And now it's slowed down. Darn it. Come on. I'm going to play this. So I'm going to play this StreamYard. So you're not going to stop me. Just kidding.
She just left on Friday. She left on Friday morning to go to a pipe.
So you were talking to him
Afternoon.
Saturday afternoon.
Yes, Saturday afternoon. They sent me pictures.
Which had come out, and she is verifying that Kaylee had gotten a new vehicle. Maybe she was not.
whoever did this is still out there.
Yes.
Do you have a message for them?
Turn yourself in. And she was supposed to be home on Tuesday. She said she did. The guilt has got to be just out there. This person's dangerous.
Sorry for hearing
Go-getters.
this jumping around, but
How do you bury your daughter knowing that they...
oh God.
There, standing right behind us, waving a little candle.
Aww.
Going investigation. I think at the end of the day, I'm not an investigator. Do I want more information? Absolutely.
But we don't know if they have
Do
it.
I know that they have it, or do I know that they can give it to me? No. So of course I'm frustrated, but I can't necessarily point that finger direct.
Based on what you've seen so far, are you confident in their investigation?
I have to be. Right now, I have to be. But right now, I can't. I am
protecting the investigation, but it would be nice if they said, we have something, we have a little lead, or we have yesterday now.
Hearing the coroner say that one person may have been killed in their sleep, is that something that you had heard?
Yeah.
Yes.
Went into someone's house with a
I'm
knife.
not saying, weeks lead up. I'm not saying months lead up. It literally could have been 20 minutes. I don't know.
Oh my
But
gosh.
to-
Why can't I find this?
This wasn't a fight that, the girls had said something and offhand this occurred. They must have, walked in on vulnerable sleeping
A coward.
kids.
Coward.
And so for what it's worth, I want to run as far from the term of crime of passion as possible, because I think it's weak and I think it allows him to hide. And I think it gives him an out that he doesn't deserve.
That he walked in and got mad and angry. They were all there together. And
Kelly,
something
can you
occurred and he
pause
got
this
mad
for a
and,
second?
Yeah, sure, of course.
wielded his weapon or whatever. No, this person snuck.
What's up?
I think that what Olivia is saying there is really powerful.
Yeah.
To say that this is a crime of passion gives this
Mm-hmm.
person an out. Like, no, this was not a crime of passion. This was a deliberate homicide of 4 individuals. Like, this was methodical. This was planned. And it wasn't like,
seems like it.
oh, you and I are just in a fight, so I'm going to, like, hit you with something, and then you accidentally die. That is a crime of passion. This is not a crime of passion. This was a methodical, planned slaughtering of 4 individuals. Let's just be clear here. And I applaud her for that. This is not going to give any empathy for any suspect that comes forward, because I have no empathy for that. This was planned. This is psychopathy at its finest.
No, I agree with that. Now, I think that people could legitimately have a different opinion on you than you and I do on that, and that would, but I definitely agree with you. What do you think, old school?
Well, I think it's terminology. I listened to this FBI agent. He said that something like this had to be building. It's not like you just get into a fight. That it's this resentment or this anger has been building up for quite a while. Explosive similarity to a crime of passion.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Could you say that last sentence again? You kind of muted out, for my ears at least.
Oh, that this building up of rage and this similar to how someone has an outburst like a crime of passion, that it's sort of it could be thrill seeking though, and just like a outrage. And so but it's the psychological part of it is similar with these strong emotions building, and then boom.
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. This was a simmering rage. And this person was lying in wait for these people to come home, whoever the target was. I kind of lend to the school of the targets were Madison and Kaylee. That's where I'm going with this right now. Just because I think that Ethan was killed 3rd and Xana was killed last. That's my school. Whoever this was targeted them, saw them outside of their house, like knew of them in the community, like for whatever reason had a rage against them, whether it was personal or whether it was like kind of random, where it was just like, these are beautiful people that seem to have it all. You know what I mean? It's kind of, it doesn't matter at this point. It could be either one. And I know everybody in the chat is like, you know, team Jack did it or whatever, but that's not the case. We cannot accuse people without proof. Like, please.
Yeah, well, go ahead.
It's not sound, and it's not polite, and it can ruin people's lives who are legitimately not guilty of this crime. We need to think all options before we start pointing fingers without legitimate proof.
Well, no, I totally agree with you, but actually where I'm trying to go is to talk about the possibility of Jack, because I've changed my mind, and I do think it's possible that he did this. And the reason I think it's possible is due to, the research I've done, some things I've just incidentally heard, and some things some other people have said. And so what I just, so what I'm trying to do is to look at the evidence that does exist that indicates it may have been him or it may have been whoever. Ultimately, of course, I'm not attached to the outcome. I want justice for these kids. But I do think sorry, I haven't been following chat. I've been looking for something, guys. I'm actually interested to see what they have to say. But were you gonna say old school? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, honey.
I just want to say it's so refreshing to hear that you're not attached to the outcome. I think that is such a falter of anybody following true crime. You cannot just sink yourself into one theory and just adhere yourself to that. That is the only possible way that this could have panned out, because we don't know. We don't have the inside track. We don't have the police files. We don't know what they know. These are professional investigators. And being that these people have not seen a case of homicide in 7 years, they've called on the FBI. They've called on the proper authorities in this case. And we cannot point fingers at people without a modicum of proof.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Agreed. Here, let me keep playing this here a little bit. I'm trying to find this one little bit. I'm actually just pull up the transcript so I can search
somehow into the house, whether it was a door, an unlocked door, or an unlocked window, but he was not invited, and he came in with a weapon
to do intentional harm.
With intention to kill.
Intention to kill, exactly. Not even harm, to kill.
Yeah, and not just one, not two, not three, four. One after another, after another, after another.
And again, that little detail about it shows like there's vulnerability, right? There is the idea that there may have been defensive wounds, but at least one person didn't see it coming.
Right.
As far as we know. We don't know.
Yeah. As far as we know.
Yeah.
According to what the coroner has said.
Right.
In terms of somebody getting into the house, they keep saying no sign of forced entry.
Right.
Do you think that this was somebody that was known to them?
I think that that's kind of an impossible question. I think it's a very popular house.
As a mother, I feel like they know him. I do. I've always felt that way. Nobody has told me that anyway. I just feel like, I mean, this is a college town. It's a small town. I feel the girls knew this person.
But we don't know that.
We don't. Yeah, we absolutely don't know that. I just feel it in my heart that.
All right, guys. I don't know, but Kaylee's mother, it seems like she has a very strong feeling, because she had said before, now she's saying that she feels like it's somebody that they knew. Before that, she had said she's afraid that the person thinks that this is some.
And it was a very popular house. So I know for a fact that people who weren't necessarily roommates of the house did have that code. So no sign of forced entry doesn't necessarily mean that they were invited in. That's all I can say.
And the people that survived were on the first floor.
To our knowledge.
Yeah. And then if they come in through the keypad, is it possible to bypass a room on the first floor and go up to the second floor and third?
So there we go. I knew that was in here too. They're talking about a keypad. So let's just go back a little, hear what she said specifically about the keypad. And I'm pretty sure she's talking about a keypad on the exterior of the house, but we were wondering about this earlier. So let's hear what she has to say.
they come in through the keypad, is it possible?
Always said they knew him. They knew him. They knew him. I just don't feel like this was like some rando just driving through Moscow happened to stop by their house.
I will say they did have a keypad on their front door.
There you go.
And it was a very popular house. So I know for a fact that people who weren't necessarily roommates of the house did have that code. So no sign of forced entry doesn't necessarily mean that they were invited in. That's all I can say.
And the people that survived were on the first floor.
To our knowledge.
Yeah. And then if they come in through the keypad, is it possible to bypass a room on the first floor and go up to the second floor and third floor?
Yes. Yes. There's also a door in the back that just leads directly to the middle.
I don't want to put you guys through any more. I think we're good.
One of our senior producers did have just one question. We know it's been tough getting answers from police for everybody. Just what have police told you guys about the investigation, what they found, what's going on? And Gotti will.
Yeah. I think to answer that question, we know exactly what the public knows. We really don't have any further details. And unfortunately, if we did, I wouldn't give them to you guys.
Right.
Just
We
frankly,
we're not
ready for that.
I would
But
never
honest
impede
to
this
God,
investigation.
we don't.
The public needs to know is that there is someone out there that has violently killed 4 people, and that no matter who died first or second or last, they're gone, and we need to get this person now before it's too late for anybody else to suffer what we are suffering for the rest of our lives. He took their lives, but he took them from us. That will never change. We will never let Kaylee and Maddie's memory ever disappear, but that's all we have left, and that's not enough.
Aw.
Done. There's your answer.
Sickening. It's sickening,
There
Kelly.
is no other information.
Sure is. I'm gonna pause. Go ahead, honey.
I mean, to raise these children up through their senior year of college, where they're about to break out into the real world, and just give them every opportunity to do well and help them with their homework and pay for their college. And I mean, it's just tragic to think that they can just come in this peaceful, solemn town where there's no crime. I mean, I think the website like boasts the lack of crime in this college town.
And there hadn't been a homicide in 7 years.
Yeah, and just lose 4 people, 4 individuals, 4 human beings in one incident. It's just tragic. And I can't cope with that. I'm sorry, I can't.
I know it is tragic. I know. Yeah.
I mean, these girls and Ethan, I mean, they had their whole lives ahead of them, and I think it's so tragic. I mean, other than the death of a child, I think this is just so heartbreaking, and it just pulls it out of me. I mean, I have a daughter in high school, and I know, Kelly, you have a son, I think is in high school. But
he's 14, yep.
And just
middle school.
But
close.
Years, he's going to be in college. He's going to be in first year.
Yeah, I know.
This could be our, you know what I mean? And we've done everything right to get them prepared for the real world. And the real world is just so evil. And it's just so like psychopathy is real.
It can be. Yep. Yeah.
It is real. I mean, if you look at this, it's really, really just prevalent. If you know 100 people, you probably know 2 psychopaths.
Yeah.
How many people are capable of this? And just
I know. A scary question.
It's just I can't manage it because I have 3 daughters. You know what I mean, Kelly? And
yeah, I know. It's terrible. It's this really like this. So ever since I heard about this case, and I'm sure a lot of people feel the same way because it is just so, really hits you in the heart. I've just been, it's been like I was saying on the last live stream, I literally lose sleep over it. Not because I'm like, oh, somebody's going to come in my bedroom and like stab me, because I like when I'm just like laying there, I can't go to sleep. And I think about what they were going through in those last moments. And it just, it makes me literally sick. Yeah.
I do too. And I think a lot of us here in this community can definitely feel that, identify with that, because
Kelly?
What were you going to say, old school? Go ahead.
Well, talking about psychopathy, now Jack, I heard he was out of town, like in Boise or somewhere, and I saw him doing the memorial service, and his emotions seemed sincere. So if he did this, he would truly have to be a psychopath to get in front of all those students
Oh,
and parents.
yeah.
And I just, but you know, the two unharmed roommates, neither of them spoke, but they got the tattoos. I don't know. I'm just, you know, I saw his emotion and it seemed genuine, even though he's not a very eloquent speaker. He did get up there and speak for about 10 minutes.
Right, right.
So what do you think? You still think Jack's a suspect?
I didn't see it. I'm sorry. So I can't.
Yeah, I know. Maybe we can check that. I'm sitting here. I'm trying to find what I want to find them talking about here, like a crazy person. I can't find it, but anyway, I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen that either. What was it in the memorial service? You said?
Yeah.
Let's see. I just want to get a little soundbite of that. I would like to see that actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I personally, I really don't think that. I really don't think the two surviving roommates had anything to do with it. I can't imagine what their motive would be. I can't imagine that they'd have enough bravery or strength. I just like that. I mean, that was I don't know, but that's just me. I could be wrong, but
well, the only motive I could think of would be like kind of tied to a romantic relationship because they're all seniors, they're all like 20, 21 and kind of love unrequited or something like that would be the motive. Or a Mean Girls kind of scenario where they got dissed because I think one of them was in a sorority, and so maybe like I know when I lived with my roommates, we lived on sorority fraternity row, and that can be a real difficult thing to navigate when you're trying to
but very far of a quadruple homicide, but
yeah. Well, I mean, but the thing with like young psychopaths, they usually have conduct disorder and sociopaths.
That's right.
Okay. So the FBI and the military are the only two entities that have access to once the juvenile records are sealed when they turn 18. So if any of those roommates had
let her DC, let her talk. Let her finish for a minute, just a sec.
Well, I looked it up because I'm a military veteron and I have a degree in psychology.
Oh, thank you for your service.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Very much.
And I did some fraud investigation in the military. But no, the thing I was going to say is that if any of these young people, whether it's the Ryan, the frat guy, or I think Jack is 26 maybe, and he's already out of college, and then the housemates, if any of them have any kind of conduct disorder as teenagers, the FBI would have access to those juvenile records. And I think that's what makes these cases hard because there's like no DNA in the databases because they're so young. There's no fingerprints.
Right.
And so it would all be sealed in the juvenile records if they had done any kind of psychopathy.
Right. Yeah, totally. Yeah, no, that's a really good point.
And I like to category disagree. Just with my research, I think that the conduct disorder prerequisite for a diagnosis in psychopathy or sociopathy or antisocial personality disorder is kind of limited because I think a lot of the times parents will just let their kids slide. They will go to bat for their kids if they have the means and just kind of take the fall for it or just I don't know. If we think of Chris Watts and I'm
sorry. I'm trying I don't want to say what's your point. That's not what I'm trying to say because that sounds rude. But like I'm trying to follow along with the point of your statement in mind. That's okay.
Let me start from the beginning.
Okay.
From what she said, if we're talking about psychopathy, there is a prerequisite for let's say
conduct disorder.
Conduct disorder. Or some kind of disorder in the juvenile.
There's more. I know. I don't know if you know this about me, old school though. I'm a behavioral therapist and I work with teenagers. So
I know that it's not just conduct disorder. I can't remember specifically what it is, but go ahead.
But I think that there's a lot of things that parents can do while their child is underage in order to not have that reflect on their record, whether
Right.
juvenile
Oh, right. Absolutely. Yeah. Sometimes what makes it onto your record is completely arbitrary, you know?
Well, not only that, but I
Not
think that a
completely,
lot
but
can be hidden. And
yeah. Yeah.
if your parents have the means, they can hide stuff and get it expunged from your record in juvenility, so it never comes up on a background check.
Well, no.
And
The FBI and the military have access. Okay, because they're like the only two entities. There could be more, but it doesn't matter if it's sealed. Now, expunged is different. And the other thing is with these behaviors as teenagers, it's like a bullseye. There would be like shoplifting, animal torture, carjacking. I mean, these are
well,
not
it has
just
to be reported. Okay.
well, yeah, but I mean, and also like when they turn 16, a lot of speeding tickets, reckless driving, accidents. In fact, Sammy Smith was allegedly supposed not have a driver's license. So that kind of thing, you can't hide it if you're truly a sociopath or psychopath.
Yeah, you can. You
Well, your
absolutely
parents
can
can
hide it.
cover, but I'm saying there's going to be more than just one thing.
There's
No,
going to be
you can
either.
hide it. You can
You,
hide it
I think,
100%.
okay. I think you can. Yeah. Well, we do know that obviously psychopaths and sociopaths can hide themselves, so to speak, and mix in with the general population because we don't know who they are. And when they do something to prove to us how psychopathic they truly are, we're always shocked. So yes, but I think what old school is saying is that there is, there's a pattern of underlying behavioral pathologies that exist in someone who would be considered to be a sociopath or a psychopath. Yeah, that's why I took the
I
point of view.
agree.
Yeah,
I agree with old
Yeah,
school
you just
there.
don't do a quantum jump from when you
No,
turn 18.
but it's not always gonna read
Not always. No.
on background check, right?
Well,
Because
yeah.
Let me
it's
just
gonna
ask a
be
really quick
sealed or it's
question.
gonna be expunged. If we look at Chris Watts.
Wait. Really quick question for old school. So did Jack talk at the vigil or the memorial?
Geez, I don't remember.
Was it at the university?
Yeah, I thought it was at the.
Okay.
He was in the front of the podium.
Got it. Okay, cool. Never mind. Go ahead, ladies.
Well, I mean, she's right. I know in the military, like, we do background checks on everyone, and sometimes these behaviors don't show up until, they're 21, 23. I did a lot of government travel card fraud, and you'd be surprised. And then there was like a murder case that happened off base. So yeah, that's what's really hard about young people, because a lot of these, the psychopathy doesn't show up until later.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
really hard to make that determination for Kelly, what was the term again with young people? Conduct disorder.
Yeah, conduct disorder, or yeah.
It's really hard to make that determination when the parents want to cover that.
The symptoms, but the symptoms could also indicate a number of things. That's why something like psychopathology, according to the ethics standards, are not even allowed to diagnose that until a person is of such an age and that is not when they're
conduct
teenagers.
Disorder
Oh,
is going to be a prerequisite to making that determination. You have to have conduct disorder to basically diagnose someone with antisocial personality disorder, and not necessarily. Oh, I hear. Did you run? Okay. You have to have that prior diagnosis in
diagnostic criteria, right?
Yeah, of conduct disorder to make the diagnosis of antisocial or a psychotic personality disorder.
So,
but someone capable of stabbing people, man, it's
yeah. Well, you can hide that S. You can hide that S. If you have the money and the means, you can hide it. And that's all I'm going to say. Like, you can hide it. You can get your child off. You can get them to plead out. You can get them to do community service and get their record expunged, Kelly. And it's just never brought up later until it's too late.
Yeah.
It's too late.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
So Kelly, why did you think Jack could be the suspect?
Well, I keep looking for all this stuff I can't find right now. It's driving me insane. Sorry, let me get back to chat and stuff. I think he could be the suspect because I think that, I don't know. I think there is something, I just have a sense that there is something more there than what anybody is acknowledging. You know, there's this, rush by the family to, support Jack, stand by Jack's side. I don't know. I think, well, I guess I'm explaining my thought process here. So there's not one concrete thing. Go ahead.
Well, Kelly, in order to exonerate Jack, what would you need to see forensically as an investigator? You would need to see his
You're breaking up,
cell
honey.
phone
You're
pings.
breaking up, honey.
Sorry, you need
Yeah,
to
I would
see
want
his-
to. Okay, yeah. Okay, well, let's start there. So, I mean, it's like such a big question. I'm trying to think how to answer it. So, Kaylee calls Jack like 10 times. Between like, I don't know, what was it, like 1:56 and 2:52, like in an hour. So she calls him at least 10 times, very late at night. So it said that Jack did not answer the phone because Jack was sleeping. Okay, maybe Jack was sleeping. Maybe Jack did not answer the phone. Like, I'm just thinking, anecdotally for myself, I'm like, I rarely ever turn my ringer off. I don't know. Maybe a lot of people do. Unfortunately, I don't. Is he someone who's like religiously turns off his ringer? Does he get a lot of phone calls during the night where he would turn off his ringer? When does Jack usually go to bed? Does Jack usually sleep through Kaylee's power calls when she calls late at night? Or does, what do his phone records say? Or does he finally answer after she calls twice, after he, kind of, if he is sleeping, wakes up and realizes, oh, it's Kaylee calling, and picks up the phone. So
you're trying to establish a pattern in their relationship.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, I think there's a lot of available places to look at based on what we do know is versus a lot of what we don't know, to look into the patterns that do exist that, in my mind, from a behavioral analyst perspective, would, all but exonerate him. But we don't have any of that information. We don't have any of the information as to why the police eliminated him as a suspect just a couple days after the murders. I mean, listen, when a gorgeous young woman gets murdered, how often is it that the boyfriend is eliminated as a possible suspect almost immediately? Like, never. Right?
I think it speaks volumes. I think that they know a lot more.
Yeah.
And I think that we can trust in what they're saying right now until something else proves otherwise. I think we need to trust the law enforcement because they have so much more information than we do.
No, they do, but I don't trust. No, I don't. There's been too many careless mistakes. There have been too many misspeaks. No, I don't. So I don't trust what they're saying.
I do believe
for
that.
sure. No way.
I do believe that they can.
I hear you.
I do believe that they can. They need to focus on somebody else right now, and I think that we need to focus on somebody else as a community and look at who else was targeting that household, because they said there was no target. But
I think they should definitely look at other people. Don't get mistaken here. They should definitely look at other people who could have been targeting the house. I mean, I personally believe there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that this was a targeted killing. This was, as the mom said, it wasn't just some rando, even though I hate that term, passing through Moscow who just stopped at their house and it was like, I'm going to bring my combat knife. People I can murder. So I think it definitely was targeted. I think
there are going to be searches on that person.
There are. Yeah, wait just a minute. I know there's going to be searches on that person's Google, whatever, but we need to know who to look at in order to examine their searches. So it's almost like they don't even have any. Well, I don't. Just let me finish my thought here. So, it's like they need to look at all of the people who could have targeted one of those precious souls, with the intention of harming them. And I think with the speed, and it seems in the manner with which they cleared a bunch of people, so to speak, it just doesn't do it for me. It doesn't say careful, meticulous, conscientious, dotted all my I's, cross all my T's, investigation. It does not.
Yeah, they seem to have cleared a lot of people very early in the investigation. I'll give
Very
you
early.
that.
And again, and then the boyfriend of all people, no, the boyfriend never gets cleared that quickly. Now, does that mean it is Jack? Because this is a little suspicious to me. Hell no, but there's a number of other things. But go ahead, old school.
Well, that video at the 13-minute, 30-second mark that Sweetie Pie had the other day.
Yeah. Oh,
it
my
shows,
God, I haven't looked
it
at it yet. I
shows,
gotta get it.
it
Okay.
shows Ryan, and he's a fraternity guy. He's friends with Jack. Now, think about this. Sociopaths and psychopaths are highly manipulative. They can charm people to do their dirty deeds. So that would make sense to me if he got somebody that's a little unstable, to do the stabbings. But that kind of makes him clean, because I already had an alibi, because I thought they said he was in Boise. And if he's got phone data, or he's got a witness that he was in Boise, he would have clean hands, but doesn't mean he couldn't manipulate behind the scenes. But I'm telling you, that video was creepy.
Yeah,
Kelly.
I'm gonna put it up right now. I just got to find it again. Go ahead.
Kelly, Ara is asking what you think about the Venmo transactions. She's getting very metadata into this. Venmo transactions.
I don't know about the meta. I haven't looked into the Venmo transactions. Does Ara want to come up? Tell us about it.
Ara, if you can come up, please shine some light on these Venmo transactions
I
and
don't know
how
anything
they may
about them.
and how they may play a part in this investigation, because I know nothing.
Venmo is always very interesting. I often will look at it. I personally didn't look at. I didn't even think to look at it with this one, and I haven't heard about it.
Gregory,
oh,
please come
Gregory,
up.
I would love for you to come up. Yes, come up, Gregory. I always want to hear from him.
Do I need to step down?
No,
you can stay up if you'd like. We have 6 spots.
Oh, okay.
8 spots.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't know. We have plenty. It's cool.
You can tell I don't have like any idea what I'm talking about.
But
I thought it was 8.
So yeah, I've had 6 people up. So I can't pick up my links the way I'm looking at it, but it's Sweetie Pie's. Is it a recent video?
I put the link in the chat here for us that we can see.
I know. I
behind
can't click it. I can't click it from the chat though, from the way I'm looking at things though. But do you just happen to know if it's a recent video?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. All right.
Let me share it. Hold on 1 second.
Thank you. Let's see here.
It's at the 13-minute, 30-second mark.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. 13. Okay, graphic killer, cryptic. Okay. Interesting. Okay, I think this would probably be it. Is it about a 17-minute video?
I thought it was long. I can't
okay,
remember.
all right. Let me get to it. Sorry about that. I forgot, because I'm looking at chat and stuff in StreamYard, so I cannot pick it up that way. But here.
Yeah. It's so many moving parts. You're doing amazing.
Yeah. Thank you, dear. I know Sweetie Pie. Okay, I like her. Sorry. Yeah, I really like her.
Yeah, I think her husband's an FBI agent.
Yeah. Yep. She's good. Oh, yikes. Okay. Oh, wait. Weird.
Did you find it?
Damn. Yeah, I did. All right, hold it. Let me bring it up. What were you going to say, DC, sweetie? Oh, okay. Here, let me hold it. Pause that. Hold it. Got to head back to you guys. Oh, yay, Gregory. Everybody, please welcome Gregory Worth. Drum roll. The star of the show.
Hey, everybody. How we doing?
How are you doing? Good. I'm so happy to have you up here, Gregory. How are you?
Yeah, it's great to be here. Old school in DC prime time.
Hi, Gregory.
Yeah.
So what do you think? Well, first of all, let me show you this that Old School informed us of on Sweetie Pie's channel. Yeah, everyone go check out Sweetie Pie. She's really terrific. I watched her a few times during the Kylie Rodney case. I thought she was really tight. She was good. Her information was solid. It wasn't like bullshit and fluffy. That's what Mama Watts the Obsession likes. So I would definitely recommend her channel from what I know.
And she could be your twin sister. You both look like models.
Oh, thank you.
Sister by a different mother.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. And I've seen her husband on there a few times. Yeah, I think he FBI. He's some law enforcement. I don't know if I
Yeah,
ever
he might be.
caught what it was.
Yeah, she has
FBI.
his knife. She holds up his K-bar knife in this video.
Oh my God. Oh man. All right, let's see here. Okay, so here we go. And I don't know, I'm just going to play a little of it. Forgive me, sweetie pie. I'll give you credit. Oops. Okay, go away. Oh, that wasn't even JB. Okay.
Yeah, there she
Good
is.
morning. How are you guys
I gotta get
doing?
that. Hi, sweetie pie. Like your channel. Okay. Here we go. Okay, here's holding up her husband's knife. All right.
Again, it might be absolutely nothing, but it might be something. Okay. It might be something. I have the exact, well, not I, my husband has the exact same knife. Okay. This is what it looks like.
Jesus.
All right. This is what we call the K-bar. A Marine guy that my husband works with gave it to him as a gift, probably about a month ago.
Wow.
I can't zoom in much more than I'm doing, but
Oh, wow.
What?
This is not what I want to do. And this is
Why does my I keep hopping around
Good
again?
morning.
It irritates me. I'm infected. We're all gonna be. You're all gonna be infected now.
think-
Go get your antibiotics or whatever. Okay. I'm just kidding.
same,
Hopefully.
does it not? So what we need to figure out, and I don't know how we will, is if this Ryan character, again, I don't know his last name, but if he is in that fraternity, he's got some interesting things going on personally. He's very into the MURDER and the gore and the this and the that. Now, a lot of people will argue, well, so many people are into that and they're not murdered. Okay, fine. I get it. I understand looking at it that way. I get it. But we're talking about somebody on the loose. Now, wait till we get into more of his art here in a moment, okay?
Oh, boy.
So here he says, he's got a picture. Okay, you see the TEX?
Yeah.
Again, this might be nothing and this might be something. Remember, Kaylee Gonsalves was moving to Texas. She was moving to Austin, Texas. She had just taken a really good job there, was going to move her dog and her out there. Now, in this picture, he's got what looks to be like almost like a cocktail waitress. I don't know. Then it says, so you can see what is hashtagged here. When I went and I checked out what these things are that were hashtagged, he follows this channel on YouTube and they're really into the, gore, we'll call it, very much into seeing people, their lives come to an end. We'll put it that way. And here it says serial designation, and then it says Tex, TEX. Could that mean Texas? I don't know. Now, keep in mind, this is all from, I want to say this was from the 22nd, November 22nd. So here you can see it says, am I proud? No. Am I the tiniest bit sorry? LMAO, no.
What?
Not sorry. Okay.
What?
Now, here's another thing. This kind of art, I think it's fan art, I think, of this particular YouTube channel he follows. But if you looked at it a little closer, it does look to be 3 females and a guy. What date is it from? November? It's got to be from before November 22nd. Now, here's another odd thing, guys. Okay, here's another, here on November 15th, this guy posts best weekend ever.
What?
Remember, the weekend of, so it was the 12th, 13th, would have been Friday, Saturday.
No.
Wait.
But you got
sorry.
Okay.
11th, 12th, 13th, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then who liked this post, who double liked it with 2 different names, was this Jack K character.
What?
Again, I don't want to overreact here, but it was a little weird because he cites that it was the best weekend ever.
It's totally weird.
So what I want to get to the bottom of, does this Ryan?
Okay. All right. Wow. Thank you for sharing that. Old school. That's like crazy. What do you think, Gregory?
Well, first of all, let me say this. I don't have any criminal background. I mean, criminal investigation background.
Oh, I was gonna say you got a lot of criminal back. Oh well, you have investigative background with us.
But
No, I hear you.
you know, as far as the psychology and all that, I don't really. I just go on common sense. I mean, that's all I have.
Sometimes it's better that way, my friend. You know that.
But you know, as far as like Jack being able to get up and speak in front of somebody, I really don't think that would be, you know, that unusual for somebody that was, you know, had a bent toward, you know, that kind of violence. I think
I
that
agree.
they're, you know, it's real
Super
easy.
polite. Sometimes they seek opportunities to speak about it.
Yes,
Yeah.
and so and obviously he would want to be at the vigil because, you know, you would secretly probably want to see how
Yep.
much pain you had caused, you know, the families.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
that's another aspect of it. But the reason that I really look at Jack, and I'm not, you know, I'm not saying that he absolutely did it. Okay, I'm just theorizing here as
Yeah, I
why I
know.
think he's a possibility.
Mhm.
Is that you know, Kaylee, he had been on and off with Kaylee for I think several years, and he was quite a bit older than her, I believe. Like they started dating, and it was kind of like the age that they were when they started dating was kind of questionable, really.
Yeah, it was. Yep, you're right. Yep, she was extremely young, and he was. Yeah.
So I really feel like that from the get-go, there was a control thing there that he probably exuded over her early on, but then
Yeah, that's fair, Gregory.
Yeah, no, that's very insightful. Yeah.
but
Yeah, I
then
think he's 26.
as she
Yeah, he is
started
now.
to you know, sprout her own wings and grow, you know, obviously had that huge following on social media, and I think that
Oh,
Kaylee's
wait.
mother,
You mean social media as far as Kaylee?
yeah,
Yeah.
the TikTok and
Instagram.
all that
Yeah.
stuff,
Okay.
DC Primetime.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
I got the feeling that Kaylee's mother really wanted that relationship more than
Yes.
Kaylee did.
Yes, I agree with you 100%. Yes.
So with that in mind, you know,
Wait. Can I pause you for a second? So
Certainly.
you're thinking the family of Kaylee was latching onto this relationship with Jack because it was more stable for their daughter.
More or less
Yeah.
because they saw her already invest so many years in the relationship.
And
And
then otherwise she would be like a loose cannon, kind of like
Well, who
partying
knows? I mean, who knows? Like, I
well,
think that. Go ahead.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
possibly,
Yeah.
but I think that from a parent standpoint, and it's a total guess on my part, but I think from a parent standpoint, they probably weren't maybe 100% happy with that relationship when it started because of the age difference. And they sort of,
or the control issues, but okay.
Well, maybe we don't know that, but maybe, yeah.
right. But I'm just, yeah,
I
but
don't know why I said that.
But I'm just saying that. So I think in like maybe her mother's mind, she didn't want all that time to be wasted, more or less.
Yeah, I can totally see that. Yeah, I think
So
this is good thinking.
so then you know, I just can't help but think that Jack saw his world crumbling because he saw Kaylee's popularity, you know, soaring on social media. And it was pretty, you know, I think that without being judgmental, I think you could, you know, safely say that she and Madison both were pretty flirtatious, you know, in terms of, you know, their behaviors. And so for somebody that's controlling or trying to be, and, you know, I can just imagine how,
And look at these And she's so much more attractive than he is too. Just saying.
Yes.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
seems a little
Funky looking.
Nerdy.
no, he seems a
Yeah.
little military academy, like kind of
I don't know. Wait, let's let Gregory finish his thoughts there.
Yeah,
So,
Gregory, go ahead.
you know, I could imagine whenever they would, you know, go out to, you know, bars and stuff like that, that, you know, she just got all sorts of attention, probably even with him there. And I could, you know, and
Can
then,
we say why really quick? I mean, she was tan, she had perfect teeth. She was
like
like
smoking. She's beautiful.
she's smoking. Like Kaylee
Yeah.
and Madison both were just like
Yes.
yeah, I just didn't
eons
want to come
above.
across like I was being sexist, but I mean, yeah, I mean,
No,
they were
yeah,
two
no. Go
beautiful,
ahead. Go ahead.
We're
two
saying it,
beautiful young
Gregory.
girls
But
without
wait,
a
let's just let him I want to just hear all his thoughts on this. So go ahead.
So I just think that, you know, all of a sudden, you know, she breaks up with him and, you know, she's got, I think, a month-long European backpacking trip planned for the month of January. And then she was going to be starting a new job in Austin, Texas. And I mean, that's a happening place for young professionals. So I think he knew.
Can I say that? Yes, it is. Please come to Austin.
And I think he realized that he was being left in the dust for good.
Yes.
And his world was crumbling.
Yes.
And he couldn't do anything about it. And I believe that this just occurred over time.
The timing, I think, was very intense for him when he finally realized, like, I think when she broke up with him this time, he realized all of these different factors that you're mentioning, Gregory, that were, like happening all at the same time and coming together. And he was like, oh, the page is turning. That much is clear. That's the sense that I get.
Yeah. And he knew that she was going to, the other thing is he was going to lose his dog. And not that that's a big deal, but that is one other aspect of your
And
world.
she was baiting him to come over that night by saying, oh, come on, we have a dog together, kind of. He may have taken it as almost like taunting him,
Yeah, that's a possibility as well.
I want to interject here just for the side of law enforcement. Do you not think that they have looked into him first and foremost? And
there's no way they looked at him thoroughly in the time that, all the things that they had to do and that they could bear, they weren't managing to get done. And then to clear him in like a couple days, there's no way they were able to look at him thoroughly enough to clear him.
They would have.
So,
and for the family to come out and say that he is not a suspect, I think that holds a lot of weight, in my opinion.
Well, one thing I noticed though, DC Primetime, is there was an interview that was done with the father, Kaylee's father, her brother, and Olivia. Yeah. And there was a question that was asked, and I don't remember exactly how the question was asked, but it had something to do with Jack being cleared, or if they thought it was the right thing to clear him. And Olivia and her brother both had the opposite reaction.
Do tell. I missed that one. Please.
The brother, like I said, I don't remember how the question was asked, but one of them was shaking their head yes, and the other one started to, and then was shaking their head no, or vice versa. I don't remember. But
yeah, I can pull that up. I know exactly where that is. Yeah.
But it did indicate to me that the brother did not believe that it was a good idea for Jack to have been cleared. That was the impression.
Doesn't he say something under his breath there? Yeah, we'll find that and let's take a look at that. I agree with that too. That was one of the pieces. That was one of the things that influenced me in thinking, well, maybe I should keep an open mind that maybe he ought to be a suspect in my mind.
I haven't seen that. Please do if you can.
I'll bring it up. Yep.
The other thing to keep in mind is we don't know that law enforcement didn't go to that family and say, look, we need you to be supportive of Jack.
Yeah, true.
So they can gather more evidence.
Yes, exactly. Like I said, this is just my common sense way of thinking, but I'm just thinking that
I'm very insightful, all this, Gregory. You put some kind of obscure things or vague things together really well to like paint a picture. Yeah, that's good.
Well, Gregory, I just don't see that. I don't see how they could say, please be supportive of Jack. I don't think that.
Of course they could. They do whatever they want all the time.
Well, if it meant catching the person that unalived their daughter, I mean, and the other, and Madison and Maddie, because she was like their daughter.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you, DC Primetime. I'm just saying that, you know, if I was in that situation and they came to me, as hard as it would be to do it, if I believed that would, you know, that would help them gather the evidence they needed, I'm sure I could do it.
Yes. Yeah.
And do you have any information that he has been uncooperative with the investigation?
Do I have any? No, I don't have any reason to suspect that at all.
The last word that we had was that the family did not see him as a potential suspect, correct?
That's what I had heard before this interview.
Be very careful on social media before we start accusing people and ruining their lives without.
Well, I agree with that too. We do have to be careful, but on this channel, I think we're being as careful as we can be. I don't allow people to throw out irresponsible, completely baseless accusations. But I think there is a lot of reason for people to say, did you really look at all those people that you cleared, including, and in my mind, first and foremost, him? Did you do so adequately before you wrote them off?
Yes, he would have been the number one suspect, being that they both called him from their phones repeatedly before the time of the murders, allegedly.
Yeah.
Yes, he would have been number one. And if he could have been cleared by phone pings or any kind of other digital evidence, he would have been. So if the family has come forward and say that he has been cleared, I think that we need to just take a step back and say,
I don't know. You've been just following this on mainstream media, right? That you didn't know a lot about. Like, as you start to get into it, there's, in my opinion, a lot of reasons to. I'm not speaking out against law enforcement. Like I said, this group of law enforcement, this agency, these people seem like good people. I don't think there's anything malicious there, but at certain times in critical places, they are not doing their job well. So that's when you included everyone in the true crime community steps in and says, we need justice for this person. And we start to do our own little investigation. So that's what's happening here. So like, I don't know why all of a sudden it's an issue.
Kelly, can I?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, just from my background in the military and investigations, a lot of times law enforcement will play along like they don't put the spotlight on the suspects. Right. Kind of give them enough rope to hang themselves, if you will. And so just because, I mean, people take literally, they were cleared, like that's in stone when it's not. And so I don't take what they say literally until they come out with a suspect, because they can tell you anything they want. They can get you behind an interrogation room and lie their pants off, and they're allowed to do that. They're the only agency allowed to do that. So what Greg was saying, when I listened to Jack's celebration of life speech, he talked about, he gave shout outs to, I think it was Pi Beta, the sorority where he met Kaylee. And then it was like, I think her freshman year, and they started dating, I think her sophomore year. And he talked about buying a boat, which they went on the boat. So he's invested, in that relationship. Yeah. And what if he was the murderer? It would solve a lot of the loose threads, like the dog not barking, and and what if he actually showed up? We're assuming that he ignored their phone calls, but maybe he showed up. He could have, showed up and then drove back to Boise or wherever his alibi location is. And so you can't roll those loose threads out.
And there's so many possibilities of how, he could have possibly finished the picture. And I am not saying it was him. I'm not pointing my finger at him. I am saying that, yeah, I have decided that I am not going to omit myself from the conversation about the possibility of, Jack being a suspect, because I've heard and seen enough. I want to look into it, that personally. And there's a lot of different options of what he could have been doing, instead of an alibi he would give. And in my opinion, law enforcement would have to gather, more evidence than what they possibly could have gathered in 2 days in order to clear him. But that's just me.
And I think that, I think very well what could have happened is, first of all, Jack would have known, because, Kaylee wasn't even supposed to be there. She stopped by just on the spur, to show Maddie her car.
Her car. Yeah, that's right.
A Range
She was supposed
Rover.
to be at home. That's right.
So he would have known, that she was there. And
Kelly, Watsy Obsession, please pull up the Brian Enton News Nation.
Wait just a minute. I will, sweetie. Just let him finish talking. I will. I'll pull Brian Enton too. Go ahead.
And so, what I think is, I think he just gradually over time was worked into a rage. And I believe it's possible that
we call it slow burn in psychology.
Okay. I believe it was possible that something happened that night, that he was actually in that house after the four of them got home. There was some kind of a, disagreement that involved, all four of them. He left in a rage and then, returned. Well, and this would have been after Bethany and Dylan had gotten back, because I think they got back at 1.
Yeah.
So I think it's possible he was in that house.
In remarkable synchronicity.
And left. And and of course he would know the back door was never locked. I mean, that was something he would know.
Right.
And he would also know then that Ethan was staying there, because I think Ethan, didn't always stay there. So he would know that Ethan was there too. And so, I think he returned, and I think it's very possible that he left his cell phone wherever he was, and he actually used Maddie and Kaylee's phones to call his number. So his phone was in there.
And I give him an alibi too, if it's in Boise.
Wow.
Give him an alibi.
Wow.
And
That's kind of interesting too, because initially there was conflicting information about, there seemed to be pretty solid information about, various other factors that indicated the likely time of the attack, including the autopsy reports and that, and then how late Maddie and Kaylee must have stayed up because of their calls to him. Not just Kaylee's though, because Maddie was contacting him too. Yeah, that's really interesting. Wow, I never thought of that.
And Maddie got the worst of it. I heard she was almost decapitated.
Yeah,
and that she's
we try not to say those words. Careful.
Oh, okay. Unheaded.
Yes.
Yeah, it's bad. It's horrible. But
yeah, I know. Now, wait. Let me ask you a question. Where did you hear this? That Maddie, I'm gonna say suffered the most, because I haven't been. I've asked a few people that, and I haven't found a good source.
I don't know if it was in the comments. I just saw. I watch a lot of videos, but I heard that she. Yeah,
trying to find the primary source.
Yeah, I'll have to try to find it.
Okay, cool.
But that she had talked Kaylee into breaking up with Jet. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that would also, that kind of plays into the rage. And if he found them in bed together, he might have jumped to a wrong conclusion too.
Yeah. Wow.
That's true. I think he would have known if they went both ways. I think he would have known that, but it did make it convenient.
Yeah.
You know, because
Yeah,
I
but
think the one,
there's no justification to murder Xana and Ethan on the
well,
second
no,
floor
well,
if that
maybe.
were the case.
well, wait,
Yeah.
wait just a minute. So I think it's very possible that what happened was I think that when he entered the house, and I don't believe he was in the house. I think he came in after
Yeah, I think
they.
he did too. I don't know why. It's just my sense. I don't know.
But I think when he came in, I think that maybe Ethan
Came across
wasn't
Ethan.
asleep, and I think that Ethan was alerted to the fact, and I believe that's one reason why Ethan's body was released so much earlier,
And then therefore his funeral. Yeah, yeah.
because he was unalived first, and there was no blood contamination with him, because he was the first one.
Gotcha. So there wasn't oh wow, that's really
Ah.
interesting, Gregory. You thought this through well.
Good point.
Yeah.
And naturally, Xana, would have, been awakened, and I think it was her father that said that Xana had the
Right. If Ethan
defensive wounds.
Yeah, she did have the defensive wound. So that makes sense. Xana had the defensive wound. So, if Ethan's alerted to the fact that the person is there and, whatever happens, Xana comes out, she sees this person stabbing Ethan. It's like almost like in the mind of a murderer, you have no choice but to unalive her too.
Well, yeah, because she would be a witness,
Kelly,
Witness.
if you pull up the footage from Brian Enton and Ethan at the frat party, there's a freaking picture of the house, the murder house in the background.
Okay, what video is it? Let me do that first. I was pulling up the
Please
interview.
do.
Just tell me what video it is. I need a reference.
I think it's News Nation Banfield. I would.
Well,
look
yeah,
that
no,
up
I know.
first.
Okay, but there's a lot of Brian Enton videos.
But he pulled it up and he said, "This is the video that they would have had from the frat party." I'll look and I'll email it.
It's okay. I can find it. Don't even worry with the email because I can't get links. You know that. So it won't even waste your time. I got it. Talk amongst yourselves, children. I'll be right back.
But the problem is, if I'm not gonna forgive Jack or Jake or whatever his name is.
It's Jack.
Jack.
Because there's other Jakes that are important too. This is Jack.
That sucks, Kelly. This is hard. It's like
it always happens. It always happens.
At least the dog's name doesn't start with a J, right?
Yeah, right.
Well, I want to bring something up about the NASA GPS satellites.
Okay.
If Jack came through the front door of the keypad, that satellite would be able to pick him up maybe if it was, full moon, lights out, or somebody's Ring camera. Now, there was a TikTok video that supposedly Dylan made that the communal laundry room in that house had a broken window that could not be locked and the screen was missing. And then she took it down and the Daily Mail tried to verify that.
Pause. The laundry room would have been on the second floor, right? There's the first floor with the surviving victims.
Here, I'll show you. Wait, just 1 second. I'll bring up a layout of the house, unless anyone else has it handy. I'm trying to get the Brian Enton video. I think the laundry room was on the
second floor, right?
I think so, but I'm not sure. I'll be able to bring that up in a minute.
To get to the laundry room to Dana's room, which is beyond the laundry room.
Wait, Dana's room is on the first floor.
Dana's room was
Xana. Oh, okay. Dana. There is no Dana. Oh my God. Yep. Go ahead.
Bethany and we're on the first floor, which is like the original structure, and then upstairs were the kitchen, the living room, and Xana and person X's room, which I haven't had time to look into. Sorry, I know there was a roommate, but I don't know.
And that I just really quickly, that kills me that everybody like the other day was like, "Oh, this is new information." When the investigation first started, several people talked about the fact that I think it was Kaylee and Maddie who had asked a roommate to leave about a week before the murders. And it befuddles me that everybody is acting like this is new information, not you guys, but like Fox and CNN. And anyway, go ahead.
Is that the sixth roommate on the lease that they asked to leave?
Yeah.
Would have been.
Well, I don't know. I'm assuming it is. I mean, I knew that there was a roommate there that was asked to leave. That had been talked about a lot. It doesn't necessarily mean she's on a lease. I know when I was in college, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 girls in a house with 5 bedrooms, but there was an antiquated law in Villanova and Bryn Mawr that you couldn't have more than 3 unrelated women living together, or else you were a bunch of whores. So we actually got called on that.
No, this was a 6-bedroom house. There were 2 on the bottom floor.
Right.
Bethany and Dylan.
Right.
There were 2 on the 2nd floor, which were Xana and Person X.
Right.
And then on the 3rd floor,
and 2 on 3rd.
were,
2 plus 2 plus 2 is 6. Yes.
Yeah. On the 3rd floor
Yeah, but-
were Kaylee and Madison.
But they've been reporting that the 6th person was on the lease. That was yesterday's news.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, that's right.
Well,
Yeah.
but okay. Well, it may be that they had.
But I don't even want to talk about 6th person right now because it's not relevant to the investigation. I don't think we're gonna go down a rabbit hole. Unless you were going to say something about it. Go ahead, Gregory. This is your thought. This is your picture you're painting. I love it. I'm hanging on every word. I always want to hear Gregory's thoughts on things.
No. I was just going to say sometimes, like if you're, but y'all said that this person was asked to leave. So, I mean, it may be that, maybe they had already paid ahead or something. Their name was still on it because they had already paid, ahead of time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and like my experience, I don't know, when people are in college and on the lease and all that, I like things change. Like there's a lot of places that'll have, like where I went to school, they'll have those brothel laws. It's ridiculous, but it also protects the, residents who aren't in college. Your neighbors start complaining about you, they have a way to get rid of you, you know. I think colleges often play that little game with their hosting towns,
Okay.
So, I think I don't know. But what am I trying to find? Oh, okay.
I mean, this case is so new, right? And there's so much that we don't know. And I think it's all just so important that we come together and understand that we can all contribute here in the chat. So please, if you have information, please put it forth, join the stream, put it in the back chat. Like, I'm learning things because I've only been following this case on mainstream media. So I don't know.
Yeah, don't be afraid to speak out in chat. We welcome everybody's opinion and insights and contribution. So please feel free to do that here. Absolutely.
Yeah, backstage we can't see any of the chats unless you have it on your TV in silent mode.
Yeah.
I was gonna make one other comment, and that is that going back to Jack again, is that obviously he knew the dog. So, I've heard people say that breed of dog wouldn't have barked anyway or really paid much attention, but it certainly wouldn't have with him.
Right.
And the other thing is, and you saw a picture of it there in Sweet Pilo's video. I don't think people have, unless they've actually seen one, really know the magnitude of one of those bladed instruments. And like literally, I mean, one brutal, impact and somebody's done for. It's not like there would have been. Well, and I think it's safe to say the biggest probably struggle might have been with Ethan. But after that,
I agree.
We're all little girls.
Yeah. I agree with you 100%.
And I think
Ethan was the main struggle.
Yeah.
Right?
And I think Kaylee and Maddie probably, there was a good chance that they were even, the term I would use is drunk asleep,
Yeah.
And if they were in the same bed, I mean, that would have been just.
Apparently,
I think that person was in and out of there in 20 minutes max.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. Yeah.
Maybe shorter time.
They were in there, but they were out of there quickly. I think in there before they came home.
Do you?
No,
Okay.
I think they came in well after. I don't think they were, but what makes you think that?
I think that they
Just a
came
hunch, or-
in before they came home because they were waiting for them. I think it was
Uh-huh.
meticulous. If this case had not been solved and there's no suspects until now, if they've not named the Jack person or Jake person as a suspect, I think that speaks volumes at this point in the
Well, we've already talked about that though. That law enforcement could be playing games. They could be asking family to play. I mean, I don't know.
No.
I disagree,
The
but that's
family
okay.
is not playing along. They're saying this is the timeline. We know better.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I know. Wait. Let's talk about the family. I want to play that. I want to play that clip that Gregory was referring to. It's the CNN interview with Kaylee's dad, her brother, and then her sister, badass bitch Olivia. Now, this is the only time I think I've seen her brother talk, but I'm not sure if have you guys seen him in any other interviews?
No.
No. Okay, I'm gonna bring that in.
I've
Really
only
quick.
seen Olivia, and yeah, she's badass.
Yeah, she's very well spoken.
She is, and I'm just, hopefully there's a lot of people that would do just about anything for their loved ones, but the way she's just, got her sister's back, it's just a beautiful thing. I'm in awe of her. Oh, and then Butterfly McCoy is going to come up. Let me just welcome her up, then I'm going to play this, okay? Hey, Butterfly friend, how you doing?
Hi, guys.
How's it going?
Hey, Butterfly.
Good. Hi, everybody.
Hey, Butterfly.
Welcome, Butterfly.
Nice to have you here, darling. All right, I'm gonna play this interview really quick, and then I'll give you the first shot to give a response comment when we get to some critical points.
Oh, okay.
Cool. Okay. Let's see here. All right. So Kaylee's dad, bro, and badass bitch Olivia. All right.
She knew everyone. They had parties.
He's not my favorite interviewer, but this is what we get. I can't control that.
How you guys doing?
Can I just point your interviewing? That's okay.
Me? It's not real yet. I'm a bit in denial. I'm hoping for justice. That's why I'm trying to switch myself into that mode to try to find some justice. That's where I'm at.
I get it. Steve, Olivia?
Yeah, I just know my sister, she was a hard worker, and just sitting in my bed and crying myself to sleep isn't gonna do her any justice. And that's not what she'd want me to do. She'd want me to stay active and doing what I can to spread her message and hope that we can find this suspect or suspects. And that's how I feel.
I get it. I get it. She's got a great smile. We keep showing that picture. I know your family's been frustrated with the investigation so far, understandably so. Here we are a week and a half out, and really not much information about this. Does not appear to be a suspect. Tell me, Olivia, what specifically you've been frustrated with, because you did your own work here. For instance, you found video of the food truck, for example, where two of the victims were seen the same night as this killing.
Yeah, I would say, I think that obviously this is extremely personal for us, and we treated it that way from the very get-go. I know how valuable those first 48, 72 hours are. And I can only hope that the police also know how valuable that is, and that they have a lot of information there.
Obviously they don't.
Just isn't public right now. I will say the one lingering frustration I have is the timeline. I know it's semantics, but my sisters got home at 1:56. It wasn't 1:45. I know it might not seem significant, but when we're looking for camera, when we're looking for dash footage, when we're looking for any of those things, I do feel it is valuable, and they did get home at 1:56. It was not 1:45.
And as we all know here in the true crime community, it's not a matter of semantics. It is critical. So she's being so kind.
Yeah.
Oops. Where'd you go? There you go. There you are, Steve.
Right. Well, there's one detail there. Kaylee's mother has said she believes that the suspect, the killer, is someone Kaylee knew very well, and that the killer might even be at the vigil. remarkable. I wonder, Steve, do you share that view?
It's speculation. My daughter was very popular. It seemed like everyone that I talked to said she knew everyone. They had parties. They were college kids. They were about to graduate. Yeah. So somebody could have partied in the house and got an idea or got the confidence to pull that off.
Steve, this question of the stalker, and I'm very conscious with this story of how many rumors have been circulating, and a lot of those rumors turn out to not be true. But Stephen, this discussion of the possibility she may have had a stalker, have police been able to stand that up, or not? They seem to be knocking that down.
Yeah, it seems to be knocked down. Obviously, any of that information would be new to us as well. Kaylee FaceTimed me. She didn't call or text. She FaceTimed me for literally hours, almost every single day. And she was extremely cautious. She was very vigilant. I think that she really would have noticed something, and she would have said it to us. She wasn't, scared to get us involved in her life in any capacity like that.
I know you're frustrated with how much and how information, developments in the investigation are being shared with the public. Are they sharing anything with you that they're not sharing publicly, in light of the fact that this was your sister, this was your daughter?
I'm not getting anything. They're not sharing much with me. I know that there's a separation in duties there. They do have the FBI now, so I don't know how much the individuals that I'm talking with, which are the local, are actually exercising their different jurisdictions. I think they might not know a lot because, they have briefings, and if they haven't had a briefing, they probably don't know exactly what's going on.
Are they contacting you at all? Are they keeping you updated more than they are, say, on the website or with these press briefings?
To be honest, they're not. I mean, yesterday I asked about the stalker question and they couldn't confirm anything. And then today I hear that they're reaching out to the community saying that there's a stalker involved. So I don't know what to make of that.
It's a lot of
sorry, go ahead, Steve.
They're just so vague with everything that they say, and then they slowly peel it back layer until you find the real story. It all started with a sharp-edged weapon. What was the use in telling the community that a sharp-edged weapon was used instead of just coming out and telling us that it was a knife from the beginning? I don't understand the purposeness of being so vague. You're not holding the integrity of the case together by not telling anybody anything.
I understand you have frustrations for how police and investigators have handled the crime scene. What are those frustrations specifically?
Well, they expanded it, and there was volunteers that walked around, and they disclosed that they were looking and found different things. So, they did share with me that may have more to do with keeping cameras out than it actually does with evidence gathering. So I hope that is indeed the case, because it would be pretty disheartening a week later to know that they didn't have the right claims.
One of the mother of one of the surviving roommates, so reminding our viewers, there were two roommates who were upstairs and survived this, told a reporter that those roommates heard something that night. Have you been told? Have you heard from sharing with other relatives of the other victims what that was exactly?
No, I would say for us that we did hear those rumors, but right now we can only leave it at that. None of that has ever been confirmed to us.
We have not spoke with the roommates.
Yeah.
The surviving roommates, and they were downstairs, just to clarify that for you, sir.
Okay, downstairs, right, on a different floor from where it appears where the murders took place. One consistent thing, and granted, there's been some, changes, as you note, in how the police have described this. One consistent descriptor has been that the attack was targeted. Do you know if police believe one person in the house was the target of this attack, or all four?
I've been told it's one, but then again, there's the vagueness. It's purposely vague, I'm hoping, but it confuses everyone.
Yeah.
Because nobody knows what that really means, other than maybe somebody had a different kind of attack footprint.
Yeah.
So, I feel like we just want some more. We all want to play a part in helping, and we can't play a part if we don't have any real substantial information to work from.
Yeah, I get it. You want to help. I mean, Olivia, you found video that has been helpful in this investigation. I'm sure you do want to help. Has anyone indicated to you that if it was indeed one person targeted, was Kaylee the target? Has anybody shared that with you?
They won't confirm who that was to us.
The police, that is.
We've heard the rumors that that's the case, but it's just a rumor at this point.
Tons and tons of rumors, but nothing from the police.
And I'll say, I think a lot of those rumors do stem from all of the vagueness, and it's human nature to want answers. It's human nature to kind of put forth a theory so that you can even comprehend it in your brain. And so I think that's how we're getting all of some of these really, really off the wall theories, and some of these theories like Kaylee had a stalker, that even we're sitting here scratching our head saying, no, it couldn't be. If it was, it would be news to us.
Yeah. I am sure it is frustrating. Your family has been very outspoken in support of Jack. He's Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. And on the Moscow police website, he is not listed, notably, as someone who has been cleared in the investigation. To your knowledge, is that significant?
No, I don't personally think so, because I think that there's the entire rest of the world that's also not on that list of people who have been cleared, including Maddie's boyfriend, including any associates of Xana or Ethan that might not be involved. I don't find that significant at all.
And there were a number of phone calls to him
so
that night.
wait, hold on. I want to just stop here. I want to, because we were talking about the head shake or nodding or whatever. So when he asked, is that significant? She says no, and the brother shakes his head yes. And at the end, at some point, she says yes, and the brother shakes his head no. So just really go ahead and tune in on their nonverbals here. Well, some verbal, some nonverbals. I'm going to go back just a tiny bit here, okay? Interesting.
I am sure it is frustrating. Your family has been very outspoken in support of Jack. He's Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. And on the Moscow police website, he is not listed, notably, as someone who has been cleared in the investigation. To your knowledge, is that significant?
No, I don't personally think so, because I think that there's the entire rest of the world that's also not on that list of people who have been cleared, including Maddie's boyfriend, including any associates of Xana or Ethan that might not be involved. I don't find that significant at all.
And there were a number of phone calls to him that night, and you say that would have been typical behavior for Kaylee, that she often would call friends, folks, for a whole bunch of things.
At any time, multiple times, until I would pick up at 3 a.m. and be like, Kaylee, what?
Yeah.
That's some of the last footage of her at that food court. She's on her phone 24/7 filming the whole thing. So she lived on that phone. So
it sounds like you're saying that the delays here in sharing information, the delays in, well, frankly, making more progress on the investigation, mean the police have lost their best opportunity, right? I think, Olivia, you were saying that those early hours and days are key. That's when you can make real progress. Do you believe that they've missed their best chance here, or may have?
Not only is that's just not a matter of opinion, that's a matter of fact. If you look statistically at homicide cases, those first 10 days are so incredibly important in finding a suspect. They determine almost 9 out of 10 times, I believe it was, if you find a suspect. So that's not very encouraging to hear that they want to cast this wide net of suspects now, and people we know have no involvement.
All right. So what do you guys think? Wait, let me throw it to Gregory, because he was the one who had mentioned that, then Butterfly. What do you think, Gregory?
I just think there's a difference of opinion between the brother and the sister, and I think that it's normal for a brother to be more suspicious in a situation like this than a sister.
Yep. Yeah. What do you think? Butterfly, what do you think about all this, Jazz?
Okay. I have many thoughts. Okay, I don't have big theories. I'm still newish to the case. I'm learning a lot. but I do have questions that I think you guys.
Yes, so many of them.
Yes, so many of them. One thing is, I am leaning in the direction that, is your name Greg?
Yes, Greg. Yeah.
What a smarty. Yeah, so much of what you outlined is right in line with what I was sort of thinking as well. So that said, somebody on the panel, and I can't tell who's who. I wasn't able to put a picture in my.
Oh God, yeah, okay, right. Because we have they're not named.
I can't tell who's who, but somebody was talking about the potential of the other roommates, and I just wanted to put something out there that crossed my mind when I heard that. First of all, I never want to think anyone's a murderer, especially not women, but Skylar Niece.
Yeah, that's right.
And her best friends, who were both girls, her best friends. And one theory about that was that those girlfriends, there was some sort of a love triangle there, and some kind of a jealousy thing. Anyway, they stabbed her to death in the woods. It's not out of the question. I guess it's a thought. I don't understand about the knife. That knife is so hairy. It's just so intense. I mean, who the hell carries that knife? You'd think it would be a military person or somebody with that kind of training, and it doesn't seem to be in this picture that we know of yet.
You carry that knife if you're planning on killing a few people, you know.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, but that's a good point, though. It's not like a switchblade or something you might have in your pocket.
Right.
I don't think any of those girls were very tall. And I believe it would have been very difficult for a female to overpower Ethan. He stood 6 feet tall, and he was not a small guy. And
he was very athletic.
Yeah.
He was
so
strong.
I'm not saying it couldn't happen, but
yeah, it does seem the most likely. Your theory. And I wanted to ask 2 other questions. I think it's just 2 other questions, and then maybe jump back out again and hang out. And by the way, I think Kevin Neese might be here too, an ex-cop. So
cool. Hey, Kevin, come on up if you can. I always love having Kevin up. Thank you. Thanks for letting me know.
Yeah. So here they are. And then thank you guys for listening. So the cartels, I was curious what the thoughts were about how that might be involved, if at all, and drugs. So I know some of the girls might possibly have been drunk or passed out, or some of these kids. And and one last thing, and this is where I was thinking of Kevin, is that in that interview, of course the family is frustrated, but how does law enforcement, how can they tell the families everything when the families have got to probably be under suspicion and being looked at as well? I don't know, it's got to be hard for law enforcement to be able. I think in the Kylie Rodney case, it felt a lot. It just seemed they were covering everything up. But in general, how the hell is law enforcement gonna know what they can say and what they can't? They're gonna have to probably keep their mouths shut, as everyone thinks they're stupid, while they're trying to navigate.
That's a really good point, because they could at some point say something that they think that they're all but sure is totally innocent, and as things transpire and the twists and turns occur, all of a sudden that becomes material, and oh my God, I can't believe we let that out. That's a really good point.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you what I think. I think that they looked at Jack or Jake or whatever his name is first, because they called him so many times, and they probably looked at him and said, okay, here's your location. And Kelly can speak to location like nobody else in this business. She is the expert. I love her for this.
Thank you, dear.
I love you for this, but I mean, based on where he was and where his cell phone was pinging, and if his cell phone was off, we don't know, right?
Right.
But,
Exactly.
Game over. We don't know. But for some reason, we may think that law enforcement has excluded him from the list of suspects. I don't know. I haven't heard that.
Well, he just made the interviewer, who I was saying I didn't really like as an interviewer, did make a good point. He said, although, police have said to news media and interviews that Jack Decor has been eliminated as a suspect, he is not listed as being eliminated as a suspect on the Moscow County official website. So that is a very interesting point he made there.
So not officially eliminated as a suspect.
Well, they sure still made it sound like it when they were talking to CNN and Fox, but apparently not, or somebody just forgot to type it in on the website. Whoops.
Well, not eliminated, but from what I heard, he was hours away and then came back. I don't know. Don't know.
Yeah.
But whoever this was a young man, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I disagree.
Go for it.
Well, I think I like Gregory's theory because it fits nice. If Jack had Ryan or someone like Ryan helping him, I think they would have to enter through the slider or the laundry room window because it'd be too risky. You could see how far the frat house was from the front door.
Mm-hmm.
So that they definitely would have to enter from the rear. And also
100% I agree with you.
Wait. Okay, cool.
Okay. And then the question that
Wait, let her finish, honey. Let her finish.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you. The GPS from the NASA, that's how they found, I think, a van of the Gabby Petito with
No,
satellite
you're talking about the photos. Okay, gotcha.
Okay, no. When Xana's mom said, why isn't NASA GPS satellite showing like the front door and showing the whole day who entered that house? And she brought up a good point because usually satellite imagery, and this is kind of my background in the military, it's good for the daytime. It gets a little bit more difficult at night.
Yeah.
So, but she did bring up a good point about that. Okay, so back to the unharmed roommates. I still say that there's so much in unison. I call it atypical unison behaviors. Like how many, if you add them all up, they arrived exactly around the same time at 1 a.m. Although they weren't at a party together, they weren't out of town together, but somehow they magically arrived at the same time.
1 a.m. Who arrived at 1 a.m.?
The unharmed roommates, Dylan and Bethany.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
And then they both sleep a long time, 9-10 hours. They don't get up until after 11.
Oh my God, they're college students. I don't think that's a long time at all.
Well, but you're on different eating schedules. They're not like sharing a room. They're not lovers. They're independent people. And to get up exactly to go to bed at exactly the same time.
Well, I think they decided to go for breakfast at the same time. But I'll let you'll just finish. But I just for the record,
so I'm just adding. I just don't believe in that many coincidences. That's what I'm trying to say. Is that okay? They were separate locations, but they arrived home at the same time, exactly the same time.
What were their locations though?
I've heard they were out of town at a bar, but then it said they arrived separately, and they arrived home separately.
So I don't know. I'm sorry.
Okay, so they arrive home separately. They go to bed at the same time in different bedrooms downstairs. They have They both locked their rooms, but nobody else in the house apparently locked their rooms. They get up really late, and they must have went upstairs together because one fainted and one was so incoherent she couldn't even talk or something. Okay.
They decided to go get breakfast at the same time. I don't know. I just don't think that's weird.
Okay. Well, okay. But let me finish. Let me finish.
Before you finish, one fainted. That was the call to 911, right? That somebody was.
That's supposed. Here, well, let her finish. I'll tell you all about that. I'll go into
Okay. So
just want to make sure I'm clear.
Okay, and also Dylan was taller than you think. When I looked at the picture, if you draw
He's
a line.
6'3". He's 6'3".
Oh yeah. Well, no, Ethan's 6'3", but Dylan looks like she's 5'7".
Oh, Dylan. Okay.
She could even be 5'10" because I drew a line from the top of her head and it reached Ethan's eyebrow. It was the last picture they took. Okay, so he's 6'3". She has to be at least 5'9", 5'10". So she's taller than what you think. I don't think they could have done it unless they worked in unison. Okay, because that knife is huge. But she's the tallest housemate.
Wait. Slow down, back up. Who's they?
The unharmed roommates, Bethany and Dylan, we've been talking about.
Okay.
If they worked together, they could have done it. That's the only way they could have done it.
You think that the unharmed roommates worked in unison?
It's a possibility. I think I said Gregory's theory seems more plausible because Ryan and/or Jack would be stronger, and Jack was really plugged into the Greek lifestyle. He was
Okay,
you know,
okay.
so
So
that's my
Gregory's
second
theory
choice.
is Jack and frat boys, right? And yours is the unharmed roommates.
No, I said his is more plausible. But if Jack has a solid alibi, then he would have to rely on Ryan or some other killer to do the dirty work.
Ryan?
Ryan is the guy in the video that Sweetie Pie showed with the big knife and the crazy and the drawings. And also, I think Maddie.
That's crazy. That is crazy stuff, actually. I had not heard any of that or seen any of that. I have to go watch that video.
Right. And let me just finish. Okay,
that's substantial.
The waitress picture or the French maid. Maddie, I think Maddie, but two of the girls worked at the Mad Greek restaurant.
Yes, they both did.
Okay, so that's also a play on.
I was thinking
imagery.
that when I saw that. Yeah.
Yes, yes. And so, and the word he said it was my best weekend.
I'm sorry. Des is completely out of it. So two of the girls, there were 4 victims.
Yes, Maddie, the two blondes, Maddie and Kaylee, both worked at the same restaurant.
The same
Mad Greek.
restaurant.
No, wait, Kaylee didn't work at all.
Oh, she didn't. Okay, I'm wrong.
Xana and Maddie worked at the Mad Greek.
Xana and Maddie. Okay, got it. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm just coming into this.
And Maddie was supposed to be the one that got most of the rage attack. And so you look at that drawing and the fact that Ryan said that was his best weekend. It was the same exact. It was. I think it was family weekend. Either for,
wait, DC, wait, hold your questions. I'll answer everything afterwards. Just let her finish her summary.
I got questions. Okay.
I know.
Okay, that weekend, I know that there's a college nearby. I don't know if it's Washington State, but one of the colleges, either Idaho, University of Idaho, or Washington, had a family weekend. 11 through 13.
Correct. And that was, yes, that's right.
So it's the fact that he's saying that stuff, to me, he's poking the bear. He's getting a rise out of it.
Yeah, wow.
And there's also a possibility of an incel and involuntarily celibate. Okay. And he acts very juvenile to have that mask on, that big knife, and make jokes like that.
I think it's very probable that possibly probable that the killer was an incel. Yeah,
I agree.
High probability. Well, I think it's one of the big possibilities. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think Gregory's theory is more plausible, but I wouldn't rule out anybody else.
Well, and also remember that because they talked about there wasn't any SA, but piquerism is a sexual pleasure that's brought about with stabbing somebody, so there could have been a sexual component as well.
Yeah.
Piquerism. You mean like? Oh my God. You mean like a?
He means piquerism.
Like having arousal. The perpetrator having
PIQERISM.
Yeah.
Like
Go Google.
Okay.
Yeah.
Way behind. Sorry.
And they said it's also a big adrenaline rush when you're stabbing someone.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this is horrifying. I gotta go.
I know. I'm sorry.
I just want to say I thank you so much. This was exactly my second time on a panel. The first time was with Kevin. He's here and might want to come up and answer some LE questions, but you guys are amazing, and I'm going to jump back into the chat.
Thank you, sweetheart. I think the same of you. Thank you for coming up. I appreciate you, girl.
It's fun. Thank you.
Bye, butterfly.
Yeah.
You guys are smart. Thank you. Bye.
So here's the picture that oh wait, I didn't share it yet. Sorry guys. So here's the picture that Old School was just referring to when we looked at, and again, thank you very much, Sweetie Pilo. I will link her video in the description for sure. This was just one of the many creepy ass things connected to this Ryan guy. I'm not going to sleep tonight. I'm going to have to look into all that. I'm just kidding. I'm going to sleep, but recovering from COVID, still dedication to sleep. But this is a lot of really weird shit all in a row. Look at all that weird shit all in a row.
And texts and a waitress.
Yeah, the text, like that's, what does it say? It says what does it say above text? I can't read it. eat something dominant. She says it here. I'm going to play it again. I want to hear what she says.
I want to say this was from the 22nd, November 22nd. So here you can see it says, am I proud? No. Am I the tiniest bit sorry? LMAO, no.
That's crazy.
Not
too,
sorry.
but we see.
Noticeable to me. Like it's grooves
Jesus Christ.
to me. And then, of course, this wooden handle situation. It looks incredibly the same, does it not? So what we need to figure out, and I don't know how we will, is if this Ryan character, again, I don't know his last name, but if he is in that fraternity, he's got some interesting things going on personally. He's very into the MURDER and the gore and the this and the that. Now, a lot of people will argue, well, so many people are into that and they're not murdered. Okay, fine. I get it. I understand looking at it that way. I get it. But we're talking about somebody on the loose. Now, wait till we get into more of his art here in a moment, okay?
God.
So here he says, he's got a picture. Okay, you see the TEX. Again, this might be nothing and this might be something. Remember, Kaylee Gonsalves was moving to Texas. She was moving to Austin, Texas. She had just taken a really good job there, was going to move her dog and her out there. Now, in this picture, he's got what looks to be like almost like a cocktail waitress. I don't know. Then it says, so you can see what is hashtagged here. When I went and I checked out what these things are that were hashtagged, he follows this channel on YouTube and they're really into the, gore, we'll call it, very much into seeing people, their lives come to an end. We'll put it that way. And here it says serial designation. And then it says Tex, TEX. Could that mean Texas? I don't know.
Serial designation.
Now, keep in mind, this is all from, I want to say this was from the 22nd, November.
Ew, I feel sick. There's something very, very
macabre and off.
Yeah, but it feels just like the timing and there's just too many coincidences. Or
9 days later, he draws that, it has that.
Dude, that's really weird. That's very weird.
And then on her channel too, she actually, I think it was today or yesterday, she actually did a segment where she showed the anagram that was posted. Did you all see that?
No.
Yeah, this anagram was posted.
But we will here
on Sweetie's channel. Yeah,
it's a little interesting though, isn't it?
Wow. It's very good. Yeah, I totally forgot about. I watched her a little during Kylie, and no offense to her, I think she's great. Like I've said, but it just kind of fell off, fell by the wayside or whatever. But I'm gonna pick back up my Sweetie Pie though.
There it is.
Oh, here. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Oh God, Jesus Christ. All right, boy. Oh.
Ooh.
Okay, boyfriend of unfortunate has had satellite turned upside down. The fellow of one of the murdered University of Idaho students has had his satellite turned upside down by her brutal slaying, which came, whoops, hold it. I just clicked off of the, okay, sorry, which came conscionable days earlier. The young mates planned to bask the Thanksgiving vacation together. What the hell is this?
I read that several times, and I think that's referring to Jake and Maddie.
Right, and Maddie, exactly, yeah. Mm-hmm. But the wording is wrong. What is this? We've got to listen. I'm sorry. More Sweetie Pie, everybody.
Figure out what it's saying.
It's code.
So that's kind of interesting. The next point. I'm trying to make my point fast here. Okay. Next thing that was stated that was shown on that map is the coyotes. Okay, this is why the coyotes are important. This is back from 6 years ago.
Where to go?
It says someone's marking coyotes and leaving the carcasses all over University of Idaho Greek Row. For the
second, I don't want to. This is her brand new one. I don't want to take. I don't want to take away from her. So, but everyone go check it out. This video she posted. 8 hours ago. It's called Idaho/graphic did killer post cryptic map and anagram online. Go check it out. Wow. It's crazy stuff. My goodness. Well, it's getting a little bit late here. I think I'm going to have to wrap up soon because I have to decorate our Christmas tree and house tomorrow with my son. That is going to take a lot of energy, my friends. But go ahead.
Is Kevin still waiting?
Oh, is he I don't think he's backstage.
I think Aura's back there, isn't she?
No, I don't see anyone else backstage.
Oh.
Hold it. Let me change my layout. Does that have anything to do with it? It might. No, I haven't. I've been looking backstage. I haven't seen anyone else backstage. I've got, let's see, who do I have? I have Gregory, DC Prime, Old School, and myself. I'm sorry. I want, well, let's see. Kevin and Aura, if you'd like to come up, would love to have you up. So let me just post the link one more time, see if they have anything to say, because they say important things every now and then. At least good things. I'm just kidding. You guys are wonderful. I love both of them. I haven't seen Kevin in a while. All right, so we're gonna wait to see if they come up. So what do you guys think?
Yeah, it's a lot to take in.
It's a lot to take in. So what I'm planning on doing with this is I want to do I don't know, maybe I'll do it tomorrow night because it's kind of a good day. And then tomorrow night or Monday or Tuesday night, I'm going to do kind of a follow-up to this because, as always, there was a lot of stuff I wanted to share with you during this live stream, but, you know, the course things take, it's just like you can't try to throw everything in there. But there's yet just so much more interesting material to consider. And I don't know. I just wish that, I don't know. You know, I keep wanting to say these things about, I wish this is how the investigation would proceed or law enforcement would behave or whatever. But you make, you know, ultimately you make some really good points that are causing me to, you know, stop before I say some things, because we really don't know what they're doing. Like you said, they can do, you know, they can do a lot of different things that we wouldn't normally consider in order to find their suspect, get an arrest, and make a charge, right? So.
And we have to remember something. It took 5 years to solve the Delphi case.
Yeah, but that was just stupid. But yes,
no,
you're
it
right.
was. but that was two unalivings. But I mean, it's only 20 days.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, here's Kevin Nee. So hi, Kevin. Welcome. How are you doing, sweetheart? I'll try one more time. Everybody welcome, please. Or no, everybody please welcome Kevin Nee. There he is. There's
Kevin.
Hey,
Kevin.
What's up?
What do you think, Kevin? I'm glad you
I have
could
no
come
idea.
up.
I haven't. I know nothing about the case. I haven't even.
Oh, you're no
at it.
help tonight.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Wow. I can't wait to. Well, are you planning on it? Because I would love to hear your take.
Like I said, I haven't. Oop, hang on just a second. I need to mute my web page here because I'm hearing echoes.
Oh, gotcha. So are you planning on looking into this, or are you just kind of feeling out the water?
I really, maybe a little bit. I've heard a little bit. I really haven't followed it that close because I just haven't had time to really.
Right.
You know, with everything else going on, but.
Sure. Wow.
Well, Kevin, I do have a question for you because I know you know the answer to this. If say this was involving a cartel hit, would they have resorted to a brutal knife slaying?
I'm not sure why they would even think it's a cartel hit.
Yeah, I agree with that.
No,
I mean,
don't.
It doesn't come across as
one of the mothers of the victims had some run-ins with the law that had to do with drugs. Some people claim that it was heavy levels of drugging, but I still your statement is what I keep going to. And I don't want to mention, I don't want to talk anymore about that actually, because I don't even want to put this information out there about this person. I don't know it to be true, and she doesn't need it right now, but that's the answer to your question, darling, or you're pondering. So that's not going to be a reason to get the cartel involved, because they've got beef with one person, and I can't even imagine what she would have done, you know?
Yeah, it doesn't, I don't know, especially the location too.
Yeah.
Moscow's not really, I mean, it is a university town, but it just doesn't compute for me.
It's not like Chucky, which is right along route, what is it, 85?
80.
I-80, I-5, and
I-80,
I-5 north and south, and I-80 east and
Yeah,
west.
so it's completely different profile in that regard. Yeah.
Kevin, do you think a female 21-year-old could handle a K-bar knife, or you think it's a total male murder?
Yeah, it depends on how hefty she is.
That's a pretty big knife, but
I mean,
it's still.
I don't see it, especially where you got a guy where the guy was it Ethan? The guy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I just
6'3".
Yeah, I don't think that they'd be able to. I mean, the only way they'd be able to maybe do something is if he was asleep.
Mm-hmm.
But,
And then one of them sit on the legs, and the other one was stabbing. That could be feasible.
Yeah, if there's more than one person, but I don't know. My gut feeling is it's a guy. I don't think it's a because generally women don't kill like that,
right?
Because for the most part. And do you know also too? I know that they said it was like knives, but do you know if was it stabbing or did they slit their throats, or do we know?
Chest wounds.
Yeah, chest wounds.
Okay.
But there was one head that might have been near taken off. One person's head.
Yeah, that's what I heard you say that. So that's why I was wondering if because that would be very quick.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's chest wounds, I'm thinking it has to be a guy with some strength.
Yeah.
Going against another guy, because I can guarantee you, if somebody come out with me with a knife, if they weren't bigger than me, they'd have a hard time stabbing me.
Yeah. Yeah, the coroner said each one of them had a mortal wound.
Huh.
And only Ethan was able to get out of the bed and stumble into the kitchen.
Oh,
where
really?
he bled out. That's a lot of blood there that went through the walls outside.
Mm-hmm.
Who discovered the bodies?
The two unharmed roommates.
That's a mystery.
Yeah.
That's
because wasn't there two people that didn't get touched?
Yeah.
Yes, the female roommates downstairs.
And they're not, and neither of them found them.
They went hysterical. One fainted, and then a neighbor finished the 911 call outside.
Here, I'm going to give you a link to a 8-minute video that you're going to watch after this, and you'll get all the answers about that, if you're so inclined.
Yeah, I was just kind of weird because Moscow is not that big. I mean, even though it's a university town, it's not that big.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do have a sizable Muslim student population, 1,200, and I thought that could be.
Oh, that's interesting. That's a large portion of the population.
Yes.
Compared to
And in my military background, I know that coming from third world countries, they prepare halal meat and they slice, an animal's throat and a lot of blood. So it could have been someone like that that's desensitized to it.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Well, also too, of course, I'm sure you guys know that Washington State University is not that far away. It's only like 9 miles away in Pullman.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see the weird drawings, Kevin, that one of the fraternity guys? He's
it was the text or whatever it is.
And then he had a picture of himself with a K-bar knife and a medieval kind of a helmet on.
Oh, is that with the helmet on? Yeah.
And that's the same guy that made the drawings.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
I'm gonna have to look more into that. Yeah, for sure. Oh.
I wondered if there was any connection between that dog they found too. That was
skinned. Yeah.
Skinned. Yeah, it was just a little miniature Australian Shepherd, and they said it was in the same neighborhood. So who's sending that kind of message out?
Yeah, I know. Oh,
a sicko.
Yeah.
And right away, investigators came out and said, nope, no connection. How do you know that? See, these are the things that bothered me. Immediately, they came out and said, no connection. How do you know that? And then the murder
Well, what
in
bothered
Washington.
me,
Go ahead.
what bothered me is the fact they come out and said, "Oh no, it's nobody. We don't have you don't have to worry."
Right.
And I'm like, how
Don't
the hell
worry
you
for
know
your-
that?
Right. You don't have any idea who this is, and you're telling your college and community and the rest of the community to not worry. Just keep letting your guard down. Ain't no thing. No.
I'm not downplaying these homicides at all, but one thing too we have to remember is a university is a business, and it's in business to make money. And if you've got kids that aren't coming back to campus, that affects the small businesses. That affects them being able to pay their professors. That affects real estate. So there's a lot riding on, them. I'm not saying not discussing it, but keeping it, out of the press as much as they can.
Just like Truckee?
Yeah.
Well, you got like Moscow universities, basically, it's lifeblood.
Yeah.
The same down south at Idaho State, there in Pocatello. That's basically without the universities, there's not much else there.
Yeah.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
because Pocatello's not that big either.
Am I still on? Am I still
Yes.
Wow. Okay. I just want to say that there's basically nothing to suggest that the ex-boyfriend Jack or Jake or whatever his name is involved. If he were a suspect, he would have been named a suspect by now, unless it's behind the scenes. So,
I don't know. We've already talked about this, though. I personally don't agree. I mean, you definitely can have that opinion.
A lot of times they don't want people to know that they're a suspect.
Yeah.
And with that, I think we need to be very careful who we point the finger at without just cause or proof. But
I agree.
In my opinion, I think this was like somebody in the chat was saying an incel. This was somebody who had targeted the girls.
That's why I saw one of the FBI agents was talking about that.
Yeah. Old School and I just mentioned that too.
Mm-hmm.
Old School. Yeah.
I think it definitely fits. It definitely, maybe I should put out that profile that I created. It definitely fits the profile for it to be an incel. The obviously strongest characteristic that you can get from profiling is male. Just because the nature, the blood, the knife, just the way of murdering. But there's a lot of other factors I think that are, I don't know, pretty interesting that we could consider. But I think incel is a very strong possibility I don't know.
I think so too, Kelly. And I think everybody here on panel can agree with that. But if you can, check your email. I tried to send you a link for...
Thank you.
For Brian Enton. He was on News Nation a couple days ago. I don't know if it was last night or the night before. But he basically showed the frat house, the field by the frat house.
Yeah, here I'll show it right now. I can get my email now.
Okay,
when
awesome.
I'm on a stream.
And
do you have a minute marker?
I think it was 2:11, but I'm not sure, honey.
Oh, cool.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no
I
problem.
didn't write it
down.
down.
It's okay. It's just gonna take me a second to sign in, y'all. I'll be right.
Are the majority of frat and sorority houses in that King and Queen Street area?
As far as I know, yes. Like all of the off-campus housing was in that area. And that would include the sorority and frat houses. as far as I know.
I think that was your question, is most of the Greek housing there, or is most of that area comprised of Greek housing?
Well, if it's most of it's there.
Yeah, it looks like there's two areas where Greek housing will exist on the campus, or not on the campus, but off the campus. So this is one of the two. And when I was looking into the neighborhood, it looked like there was a really good mix of mostly students, some non-students, Greek and non-Greek. So that's as much as I was able to find out.
Yeah, and there was that Jeremy Reagan or Reardon or whatever his name is. He was a law student, so he was,
Yeah, he's a
post-grad.
third year law student. And he gave DNA, I think, the other day, because he was getting like a lot of harassment because, he said he's socially awkward. He might have had a little bit of autism or something, but he said he was socially awkward. So he got tired of people, coming at him and leaving him angry, ugly chat messages. So
well, I'm glad he did that to protect himself then, if that's the case,
Yeah. You gotta eliminate yourself when you're under that much scrutiny, right? When you put yourself out there. Unfortunately, that's the way it is now.
Well, because he said the media knocked on his door and asked for an interview, and he said, sure, if I can be helpful. And then people said, well, you're inserting yourself. Why are you doing this?
Yeah, he walked his dog. Oh, you're inserting yourself. Sorry, dog walker. Sorry you walked your dog.
Now we have to remember that the media will go to great lengths to get the story they want. So when I hear that people saying that a lot with people, oh, well, they inserted themselves. It always is a statement that kind of makes me cringe, like,
oh, he lived near there and walked his dog. Like, dude.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, do you have a dog? Okay, well then I believe you.
Oh, man.
Well, and that dog that got killed, that might be why Xana's dad came a week before.
Oh, that's a good thought. Yeah.
To make sure his daughter was safe, because that would have freaked out everybody around.
Oh, yeah. That's a really disgusting. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah. That's a really good thought. Yep.
Yeah, they had those incidences too where they were leaving coyote carcasses on the property of the fraternities and the sororities. They were leaving the skinned carcasses of coyotes on the properie of
without skin.
Ooh.
Is that what you're saying? I'm sorry, Kelly, if I'm
no.
YouTube rules. But this is the first I'm hearing of this, so I'm just like, what?
Like they skinned the dog.
Mm-hmm. Gosh.
What dog? The
Australian Shepherd, the little dog that got skinned.
What?
It was just a couple. I'm not sure, old school. Do you know the exact time frame? Maybe a couple weeks, days before the murder.
Yeah, I don't know the exact
couple weeks
date
or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
A week or two before the murders.
Oh my God, that's a wonderful dog.
Yeah, and it's just. I mean, only a certain kind of very special person is capable of doing something like that.
Yeah, and they had done coyotes that way as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Well, that kind of lends to psychopathy, because that's what Dahmer did. He tortured animals and worked his way up to humans.
Yes,
yeah.
he did.
Yeah.
Yes, he did, honey.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I can go on and on about Dahmer. Kelly, let's get on.
I'm trying to find that, but I can't. I know I can't get my mail, of course. So I'm going to give it a try on YouTube, and then
let me see
I will succeed or I will fail.
Let me see if I can.
Oh wait, you know what? If you're on panel, you can share your screen, but I don't know if you're on your computer or phone.
I'm on my phone, but let me see if I can.
I don't know if you can do it from a phone. Let's see. So Gregory, you said that you thought from the beginning it was most likely Jack. What would you like? What is the biggest factor, do you think, that kind of made you lean that way? And as the time has gone on, have you felt more certain of that, or have you kind of doubted it?
No, I haven't really changed. I've believed all along that it was him, just because of his close proximity. to, you know, as we talked about the relationship, obviously knowing, you know, the house, all the different life changes that were occurring to him.
Right. Yeah.
And
no, you put that all together really well. Very detail oriented. Good job.
And sometimes people who are the calmest on the outside can be the most raging, you know, under certain circumstances. And so I think that, you know, if you took somebody who was just in a blind rage, they would be quite capable of inflicting the wounds that this person did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Oh my gosh.
But I think they would have had to have entered from the back, because if you think about it, Olivia picked up the car bringing Kaylee and Madison back. So, you know, it would stand to reason that that would have picked up any other vehicles that were going up there, or even somebody walking up from the frat.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. Oh my God, I forgot that Olivia did that too. Oh my God.
No, I 100% agree that somebody those sliding glass doors on the second level. 100% agree.
Or is that what you were saying, Gregory? Or do you think he came in through the different back door? Isn't there?
I think they came through the back door, or I think they came through the window where somebody stacked up some cinder block.
Okay.
And the screen's off the window.
That's the laundry room, I think. The one that
laundry room.
Dylan made a video on TikTok about it.
Okay. Because there were lights hanging in the back. There were lights that were strung up in the back, and when they were on, the backyard was illuminated, but that area where the deck was, and the laundry room was, that was in the dark.
Wow, that's crazy.
So, just to clarify.
DC, there's no link on your email.
Okay, look in the back chat, Kelly. Sorry.
Okay, sure. Yeah. Okay, I'll do that. Okay, thank you.
But just to clarify, on the first floor was bedroom 1, bedroom 2, and bathroom for Bethany and Dylan.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Second floor was Xana's bedroom, unknown tenant 6.
Yep.
Kitchen and living room.
Yeah.
And upstairs on the third floor was the balcony, and then Kaylee and Madison's room. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, that's correct. Yes.
Yep.
Well, where's the laundry room at? The laundry room, because was it in a schematic?
I mean,
laundry
by
go ahead.
Anna's room on the second floor, or the patio sliding glass door floor. I mean, it's a very interesting
I have the floor plans in my files here, but I'm still hunting down this Brian Enton video.
Yeah, it's probably where they could access it. I don't think it was upstairs on with a balcony.
No.
Yeah.
I think the sliding glass doors were off the kitchen. There was a living room, an unknown tenant's bedroom, and then I'm just saying this from memory, a laundry room, and then past the laundry room was Xana's bedroom.
Okay, that's on the main level where the kitchen is, and then the cement patio. So that
that makes sense.
Yeah.
But the two other girls, Dylan and Bethany, were on the basement level.
Basement level.
Yeah, but the way the house is situated on a hill, though, it's like you could enter through a door on the ground, not a stairwell. You know what I mean? Through the first or second floor, right?
Yeah, we have a lot of that here. Hills and stuff like that. But yeah.
And there was a stairwell inside from the basement to the kitchen area where the Bethany and Dylan would use that stairs, because they wouldn't have to go outside and come in through the kitchen.
Right.
They can use that stairs.
They could just go in through the front door.
No, there's a stairs there.
Yeah.
There's an interior stairs as well.
Right.
Yeah, inside the door immediately to the left is the stairwell leading up to the second level.
And then
whoops, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Just so I clarify, I'm really new to the case. But Bethany and Dylan, first floor. kind of basement.
Basement, yeah.
complex.
Right.
And then Ethan.
I'll send you my labeled floor plans.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. I have them labeled for several different scenarios.
Xana, bathroom, bedroom, 5, 6, I don't know. And then living room and kitchen were on second floor. And then Kaylee and Madison, third floor, correct?
No, don't forget the laundry room.
I'll send you the floor plans. I'm going to share this video. We've been waiting for the Brian Enton video. Here it is. I'm just going to play it from the beginning. It's only a couple minutes long. So I always love to hear what Ashley has to say.
I love it. Love her. I don't know why. Just love her.
Tell us what you got in your mind, Ashley. Ready? Go. Oh, wait. The volume's not on.
Logs are public record. Police blotters and call logs are public record. Anybody can see them, and rightly so, because taxpayers pay for that work product. And now some eagle-eyed followers of the Idaho quadruple murder case have picked up on one particular item from the police on the night that the 4 college kids were murdered. In fact, the incident in question happened at almost exactly the same time as the killing. I'm going to read to you what the police blotter actually says. Quote, there was an alcohol offense reported at 3:01 a.m. on November 13th, and that's the last night the kids were alive. The location, a field on Taylor Avenue. You can see it there. Band. It's called Band Field. So that is not far from the Sigma Chi frat house. Where 2 of the victims, Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin, spent a lot of their evening earlier on that night. The police timeline puts them at the Sigma Chi party from 8 to 9 p.m. But then there's a big 4-hour and 45-minute black hole where nobody knows, or nobody's saying anyway, where Ethan and Xana were between 9 p.m. until they got home at 1:45 a.m. So our Brian Enton joins me live again, and we're also joined by Gemma Gaudette, who's the host of Idaho Matters on Boise State Public Radio. Thank you to both. Okay, Brian, I'm going to begin with you. The big question is, what do we know about that very strange police call at 3:01 a.m.?
Well, we don't know much more than what you just said, Ashley. It was in the police blotter 301, had something to do with alcohol. Police did take down a report, although we haven't been able to get that report at this point. This is the field behind me where the call was made, the big white field right there. That's the frat house you just talked about. You can see with the Christmas lights, and it's all very, very close to the house where the murders happened.
I don't know if you're able to, but if you and your photographer Mo could sort of walk me that way, because as I understand it, you might actually be able to walk me at least part or all of the way from where you are to the home where the victims lived.
Yeah, we can walk you there. Again, frat house, field. This is like an apartment complex parking lot that we're in, and we'll walk you back, Ashley.
And then here's the house right here.
And
The picture
I've been
I
telling
saw
you
was totally different, DC, and I got to find it for you. You'll be like, oh my God, but here.
last couple of days, there's it's a dense area. You know, when you just look at the shot of the house, you don't realize that all of these houses and apartment buildings are around. This is like a little walkway that the students use to get down to the frat houses. And we'll just walk up here. Be careful, Mo, because it's a little slippery. It's been snowing nonstop pretty much all day. Just looks like it let up a little bit. So we go up these steps here, and then this is a little road right here, Ashley. And you see here is the house. This is the house where the murders happened. So it's a short walk.
No idea. Wow. I mean, short walk, that's like 55 seconds. I mean, they could have gotten home so quickly from that frat house. I had no idea it was that close, Brian. That's remarkable.
Very close. Yeah,
okay,
very,
well, Gemma,
very
now
close.
that we
And also, again, all
Brian.
the places they walked by. No, I was just saying, all the places, the apartments, the houses that they would have walked by. I mean, again, it's a dense area. There's a lot of people who live in this area.
Yeah, and all the witnesses who might have seen something or had a camera out or would have just thought yet another group of students walking by. So Gemma, you just saw what Brian showed us and how close that was to the frat house. Talk to me a little bit about that frat party that night, because my thinking is that Ethan is a frat brother at the Sigma Chi. They all had to have known, you know, if he'd gone at 9 o'clock at night and they didn't see him again, right?
Well, what we know at this point, Ashley, about that fraternity party is that Ethan and Xana went together, as you mentioned. And then our understanding is that Hunter, Ethan's triplet brother, it was also a part of that fraternity house. And Hunter took Maisie, their sister, as his +1. But even Idaho State Police, the communications director of Idaho State Police, has said there are gaps in that timeline that night at Sigma Chi, and they want students to help them fill in those gaps. So they're still wondering, we're still wondering, what happened within that time frame.
It's fascinating to read that, Maisie and Hunter, the two triplets with Ethan, were at that party as well and spent the whole evening together with Ethan and Xana until those two left the party, which you would think they would know the time they left the party, and yet we're not being told that. Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
Yep. Coming, everybody. All right, so there you have it. So that's how close the frat house is. And yeah, it is very close indeed.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I mean, when that video was originally posted, there was a little bit more with Ethan and then a picture of the house, the murder house in the background.
I think that's a picture I saw. I'm looking at my files now to see if I can find it. Anyway, I will find it. And
yeah, they trim it down or something. I don't know.
Yeah, they always do that when they repost it. So, but all right, guys. Oh, go ahead. Somebody just took a breath to say something.
I just want to know if that Ryan lives at that frat house that's 55 seconds across the parking lot.
That's what I was thinking that too. So wait, I got to watch her video because we have to. We need to know more about him. That is crazy. This is weird. There's like I don't know how many fraternities are at. Well, I'm going to find out because I'm going to Google it right now. But yeah.
Yeah, he might check all the boxes of Mac, the drawings, the obsessions with
everything.
Everything, yes.
When you say Ryan,
crazy.
You're talking about the guy with the mask face?
Yeah, the mask face frat boy.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
And he's friends with
Mask
Jake.
face frat boy.
And Jack, I'm sorry. He's friends with Jack, and Jack is heavily connected to the Greek society there at school. He gave a shout out to I think it was the Pi Beta girls when he was giving the vigil.
Jack is like 5 years older, right?
Yeah, but it's kind of weird that he's still, he's still hanging around. I don't know if he's a grad student or he just stayed for Kaylee. I don't know.
It's strange. It seems like I don't know. I know very little about their relationship. That definitely not more than anyone else in the public knows. Obviously, probably less because I haven't been following it like a crazy person. But their relationship just strikes me as a little strange.
Yeah.
The fact that Kaylee and Madison were both texting or calling this person right before the murders, doesn't that make you think that LE would have looked into this person extensively and eliminated them as a suspect?
Well, you would hope that they would have, but they eliminated him before there was time to look into him extensively. But we've already talked about this like 6 times.
Wouldn't you think that the sister and brother though could have provided a better timeline for like when Ethan and Xana left? I mean, what is so weird? I mean, I don't get that.
Well, I heard though, Gregory, that I think as a sister said she thinks they went to a bar after they left the party.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. I heard his mom say that about his. Yeah, I heard that as well. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So they left the frat party at like 1:45, right?
I think they left before that. There's this 4-hour gap.
Yeah, they were only at the fraternity house from like 8 to 9. They say is what's said, and then there's like eight something to 9 something, and then there was like 4 hours between when they left the fraternity house. And then when they arrived back at the home, so
at 1:45, right? They put
at 1:45, and no details at all have been released publicly, at least, about what they were doing during that time. And a lot of people, like inside the case, will say, "Oh, there's this big gap that we don't know what they were doing for this huge, like chunk of time,"
Can you just dumb it down for me like I'm a 5-year-old? So Xana and Ethan were at the frat party, right?
Yeah.
Ethan's brother Hunter and his sister Maisie, his
They're
triplet
triplets. Yep.
and sister were there also. But they
Yep.
left apparently and then arrived home at 1:45, but there's a
Correct.
gap where they don't know
Correct.
where they were.
4 hours.
Yeah, but now they're saying they were at a bar though after they left the frat
right,
party.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I've heard a few times from a few different people, and that's all I've heard. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why would they leave the frat party where his brother and sister were to go to a bar? That's weird.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe they wanted to. Never mind. They've deceased. I can't say what I was
So,
going to
so
say.
yeah, if you look at the arrival times, Bethany and Dylan got home first at 1 a.m. and then Ethan and Xana at 1:45, and then
I got home like way earlier, like around 10 p.m.
No.
Oh, wow.
And then Kaylee and Maddie at 1:56.
Sorry.
Yeah, so that means I think somebody was hiding in maybe Maddie's unused room on the 3rd floor. Because they had to be hiding somewhere. Because you would, unless they were really quiet and snuck in through that patio door or window.
Yeah, I think they could have done. I think they could have snuck in. I don't know.
I agree. I think they
Could have
were
watched until all the lights went out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because from that hill in the back, I mean,
With
you could know exactly when
You have
people were
incredible
going to
access
bed.
visually. Here, I
Yeah.
can stop doing that, little bunny. Here, I can bring up some of the pictures
And
of
I'm
the
so
access.
sorry, Kelly, that Brian Enton and Ashley Banfield video had like a really great photo of like the house.
I know exactly what you're talking about, and I know how they cut down those videos because all the time I'll be looking for something and I'll think I found it, and then nope, it's not it.
I'm so sorry about that, but
don't apologize. I know exactly how that goes.
yeah, it's Ethan in the back of the house. So you see,
No, I saw that picture. Yeah, I knew that's what you're talking about. Yeah.
and then upstairs is Kaylee's room with the balcony. From the back of the house, and they can see it perfectly from that frat house.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't give Kelly.
I know. I can't. I can't come. I've stopped. No, it's not my files here either. I don't know what the hell I did with the pictures. It exists, so I'll find it, but it's out there somewhere out there. Let me see if I can show. Wait, here's the set. Hold it. Oh
That house
damn!
looks
Here
so
we
weird.
go. Wait a minute. I got it. Finally. I think I got it. What? Wait a minute. I don't think I shared anything yet. Maybe I did. Hold it. I got to find my way back to StreamYard. Yeah, I think so. Told you it was in the Watch the Obsession files. It just takes me a while to look through them.
Just people in true crime just always screenshot because they take things away from us.
Oh, I know. I screenshot everything. I have. We talked about this. All right, here we go. All right.
Yeah, they do.
My screenshot buttons are worn out. Oops. Let's see. Oh no, it's in my personal file, so I have to share this way. Okay, here it is. I think. Dun dun dun.
It's so sad that they do that. Like what? Like
Is this it? Oh, this is it's not with him in the background, but here.
Wow.
House. I'm going to take us off from. You see that there's the obviously fraternity house, and you see right there in the background is oops, I've had someone's comment up for a while. Sorry, Surya Ray, it's been up forever. It's right there. They're right in a line with each other there. Yeah.
Not.
Yeah.
Can you zoom in a little bit for me?
Yeah, if it was one of those fraternity guys, you'd think that there would be cameras on that frat house or some way of knowing that person snuck back in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why it seems like maybe if Jack was in the house or someone and they didn't go back to the frat house, because it just seemed like it'd be very risky to go back. They had to have blood splatter everywhere.
Absolutely. Is Kevin still here?
No, he left. He got tired.
Oh, he did. Yeah, no, I feel you.
I miss Kevin 100%. But yeah, it's really difficult when you're trying to differentiate two DNA patterns in blood. I mean, that is
what I hear.
huge
Yeah.
of
Wow.
Yeah, I just zoomed in a little bit per your request and whatnot.
55 seconds.
That's it.
Yeah. Yeah. Here you go. Look at that. There's like this. It's like right on top of it practically. It's crazy.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it's just like a perfect vision.
And it looks like there's a camera up there on the left corner where the flag is, that left corner, or some kind of
Yeah,
light
it
or
does.
camera.
It does. It looks like lights and then a camera. Yep.
Yeah,
It looks like
sure
two lights
does.
and a camera. Yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
you know,
it
the
does.
fraternity's been given a gag order.
Oh, yeah. That's interesting. We were talking about that earlier. And like, why haven't these people spoken out? I was wondering how many people have been thrown gag orders. So, okay, they are putting them out. I mean, obviously, we would have known that anyway. But yeah, okay. Probably a lot of people can't talk. Probably a lot.
Gregory, what do you mean by gag order?
As I understand it, the fraternities told them not to speak to anybody. I'm not saying
Or the
legally.
court can well, oh, okay.
I'm not saying legally. I'm just saying the fraternity has instructed the members not to speak.
Sure.
Hmm.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah.
So you have to wonder, why is that?
But
Go ahead.
okay, my Greek is bad, and it sucks because I grew up in a Greek town. But that is
Sigma Phi.
Sigma
Phi.
Phi. Okay.
Yeah.
Sigma Phi. Perfect view.
Yeah.
Of the party house or the murder house.
It is.
I hate to say that. Oh my God, no disrespect to the victims. But
and then here's go ahead.
But whoever did this, like, murdered them. Like, this is just
massacred them.
Yeah.
Like, so then here, here's just obviously you have all this view access from a number of places in the woods. Here, let's go back through my. What do I have here? Okay, so whoop, 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 there we go. I'm just scrolling through my pictures, hoping we don't come across anything I don't want to show publicly. Okay, so there is, that.
Yeah.
Oh, that was Richard Allen's probable cause affidavit, but here we go.
Thank God you screenshot, Kelly, because the stuff.
I screenshot everything. It's like
see the lights there hanging.
Yeah. Which ones? Oh, which ones? Which ones are you
See
talking
the
about?
lights under the deck.
Yes. Oh, yes.
I saw a picture with those on, and I mean it lit up like the whole back there.
Yeah, they're like those bulb lights. I had a set of them. Actually, I had the same set on my deck too. It's like having a lamp. It's very bright. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is that okay? Go back. Was that the laundry room window? Was back there?
Let's see.
Yeah, it's
right there.
It's on the other side.
On the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Other side. So that's second floor.
It's underneath the actual deck. Like if you walked out on that upper balcony and made a left and walked down that way, it's underneath that.
And that's the darkest side, probably the most shielded side to go in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here, I can get over to that side. We're gonna go over to that side, I think. Here, this side. This will be on this side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. See the grill right there.
Mm-hmm.
The black dot that right underneath the crime tape.
Mm-hmm.
No, go right there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So to the right of that is kind of where the window is and where the screen was off and where that somebody had stacked up like a cinder block and one other stone.
Ooh.
Okay. Wow. Huh.
Right outside the window.
The window?
Yeah.
Of the laundry room.
You can't see it because the tree's in the way.
Yeah, the tree's in the way. DC problems on.
There on the right.
It would be to the right of where that grill is. See that black looking.
I'll give you your layout to study after the live stream. I'll send it to you. There'll be a quiz tomorrow.
Yeah, that would be that's probably the egress. I mean, that's a good spot to come in and out because you wouldn't be seeing it all.
And you can just hang out there. I mean, wait, let's see. Hold it. Let me see.
There it is.
Grill. There it is.
There.
Hi,
grill.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I don't know if that now that I look at it, I don't know if that screen might be off the window to the left. It looks like the window closest to the grill is more rectangular, and the window to the left is more square, but it's not lit up at all under there.
Meaning dark and easy to access.
Right.
And so this is the sliding glass door that the person could have come in and was left open. And this is Ethan was found right nearby it.
And if the lights were off
my
back
opinion.
there, I'm sure they would have come in that door.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, and this is the thing with when maybe Kelly can answer this. When the roommates went upstairs and they thought somebody had fainted, the question that people kept asking is, how could they not have seen all the blood?
Yeah.
Like,
Wait,
why
right.
would you
Well,
think the person-
exactly. It doesn't make any sense that they would have called in an unconscious person's.
Okay.
Yeah, well, the neighbor said
Wait.
that because she didn't go in the
it.
house, or he didn't go in the house. But the fact that, if the information was relayed to the neighbor, why would you say unconscious and not,
Right.
dead?
Exactly. DC, wait. Please let us have the conversation. I hear you saying stop. Wait, stop. You stop, please. Stop. So can you say that last part again? Who said what? I didn't catch it.
Well, okay, I was just saying that this came up in the chats and other channels. Like they were saying, why would the unharmed roommate say that the Ethan was unconscious when all that blood, he would have bled out by 11 a.m. the next morning.
Right.
All this
Absolutely.
pool of blood right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. So one of the reasons I think that version that I shared with you of the 911 story is accurate and authentic. Well, it doesn't necessarily mean it's accurate and authentic, but it ties together all those loose ends of like, how in the heck could that have happened? Because before I couldn't come up with any idea of why they would say, oh yeah, 911, we have an unconscious person here. Like, there's no way that, that makes no sense.
Okay, well, here's the thing, Kelly. The unconscious person was the person that saw the blood.
Right.
Ethan and Xana were already dead.
That's what I told you earlier.
Yes,
that's
we
correct.
talked
I
about
know.
this.
Yes.
Yes.
I know. Yes,
Okay.
I know.
Okay, just making sure. But one of the downstairs neighbors, Bethany or Dylan, was the passed out unconscious victim.
Yeah, because
at the site of all the
they
blood.
ran out of the house. They were in a state of shock. They ran out of the house. One of them, Bethany or Dylan, passed out because of the shock and the adrenaline. Yeah. And then a neighbor, they had already perhaps dialed 911, had the phone in their hand. Neighbor came over. They were like,
and talked to dispatch.
Exactly.
Thank you.
But did you remember though when that police? Because I remember when they were doing the presser, and they were talking about the phone, and that it said multiple
persons spoke with
were in the house.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
They called their friends instead of only one roommate's phone called the 911. She passed out, but the other ones were calling friends.
Calling the friends.
Yes, and they were in the house. So you have to wonder what were they doing? Were they walking around? Did they go upstairs and?
Well, surely they were contaminating the scene.
Well, right. Yeah.
It wasn't Ethan that was passed out. Ethan was deceased.
Right. We know that. We know that. Yeah, we know that.
No, I get that. But the other part of this is that, and what I really don't quite understand is that, not to be like gross, but that second level would have stunk, had a terrible stench, not only from the blood loss, but also the bowel and bladder. Loose.
Yeah.
And
no, true.
And I can't imagine what Ethan would have looked like. So.
Oh God, I know. Well, hence the passing out, I guess.
So,
but yeah, I know how terrible, and I feel so bad. I just to say, these poor girls, these roommates, the surviving roommates. If I've never even considered they did do it, so I'm just going with the theory that they didn't do it. Like after I mean, what a freaking traumatic, like your brain will literally never be the same experience, you know?
Right.
And then people giving them such a hard time, and I don't know.
Well, wait, just 1 second, Gregory. So Ethan, was he in Xana's room on the other side of the laundry room?
Well, that's where he sleeps, but
Okay.
I believe he was found, and there's like, you know, there's by the sliding glass
door in the kitchen. Yeah.
The kitchen. Okay, gotcha.
On the second floor. Yeah.
And there was a lot of blood that went through the cupboard and out to the
Out-
blocks outside.
Outside, right? It was
Yeah.
like,
Oh, yeah. That pic. I'll show you that picture too.
Yeah, they thought it was heating oil. That's what Duty Ron thought, but no, the house is electric heated.
Yeah.
No, Judy Ron said that, like, no, that's blood. Like,
Yeah.
blood.
People were saying at first they thought it was heating oil that had leaked out of those blocks, those cinder blocks.
No.
Oh, I got some people in chat freaking ripped me apart for saying it was blood. Not in chat. I'm sorry. Comments to my videos. I didn't even respond to them. They were just like hostile. Yeah, it looks, I know it does look like blood, but now I know they probably all came over from Duty Ron. Thanks, Duty Ron. Now I know where I picked them all up. It's so funny how
Kelly?
that happens.
Like
Though.
my
Yeah.
hero, and he's also like an architect and a crime scene analyst. So I freaking love him, like on so many levels. But he basically
sometimes he's wrong.
But in this case, he said no. I mean, if the second floor wasn't level, the blood would have pooled, and if it wasn't sealed properly, would have. That's blood. And Duty Ron basically said it in his opinion.
All hail Duty Ron.
Well, all hell.
I like him too. I like him too.
I love.
All right.
I love he's a hero of mine. Sorry, I just
no, he's good. I like Duty Ron, but his subscribers sometimes, you know, they're like trained. He says something and they're like, must go spread word. No, this is with a lot of channels though. And I'll hear all about it and then they'll stop talking because then their master creator was like, oops, sorry, just kidding. That's not really
no,
what
I
happened.
see that on like Gray Hughes's channel too.
Oh my God, yeah.
Oh my
He's
God, so ignorant. They're like, how are you blaming a victim? I'm like, what are you talking about? Like I just said, like, see what this. Oh my God, don't even get me started.
It's the only channel I've ever gone to where I've been treated so poorly.
Yeah,
I just was in chat. I just bought a membership too, and they were so freaking mean to me. Whoops.
Gray Hughes, like, get it together, bro. You're salty, and your whole chat is salty, and it's
But
not.
you know what? It's working for him. It's his brand, and it's popular.
Hey,
you know,
they super chat him like $20 every 2 minutes. So
So you wonder what the motivation is. There you go.
Hey, Kelly.
Yeah.
Ara shared an article here in the private chat, but can you pull that up?
Sure thing. Yeah.
Sorry, Gray Hughes. I like your work, but your chat is mean.
No, his chat is a reflection of who
his chat is
portrays
salty.
himself to be.
Yeah, salty.
Yeah, that's for sure. Just never argue with him or act like.
No, because he'd be like, "You're the biggest idiot I've ever seen in my life."
Yeah, and he'll talk about it for 20 minutes and degrade you for 20 minutes. Yeah, I've seen him do that to people. I do not like it at all.
I don't like it at all. Like I'm like, wow, I like your content, like as far as his regular videos.
He does good work. Yeah.
But his chats are like mean as hell.
Yeah.
Like I'm sorry. Get it together, Gray Hughes. Like I like your shit, but dude,
where insecure people go to gather together and
I'm
commune.
like, dude, your people are mean. Like, don't do that.
You know, it'd be interesting if later on, if Kelly can do a verbal analysis of Jack's speech, you know, at the
yeah, I would
celebration of
definitely.
life.
I would love to do that. I'm
I
gonna watch it.
haven't seen it. No, I haven't seen Jack at all. Not at all. I've just seen his picture, and he looks kind of like dopey and pale, but whatever. But like,
yeah, I will definitely do that. I'll definitely do that. I mean, I didn't even. I missed somehow. I didn't watch the entire vigil. I didn't watch, or I didn't watch everything that was available, just because there's only so many hours in a day, and I have a full-time job. And a YouTube channel.
me too, Kelly.
And 30 bunnies and children.
I saw Kaylee's dad speak, and I thought that was really powerful.
Yeah.
And her sister is like a firebrand.
She's wonderful.
Like, hell's yeah to Olivia.
She's
like,
great. So
you know what? Your timeline is wrong by 9 minutes or whatever. I love
it.
her.
What? Well, yeah, she's great. I mean, I really, truly do believe if and when they eventually solve this case, God pray, I think that, you know, it might not have been possible if it wasn't for her because things were wrong. They just were, you know, and you can't. I don't know. It's hard. It's much harder to solve. It's hard. Apparently, it's hard enough to solve a case as it is, and I'm sure it's much harder with incorrect information. Don't you think? You know. So, but listen, I'm gonna have to wrap it up because it is like 2:15, and I have to. I told you I have to. We're decorating tomorrow. My house, my Christmas tree, all that. The outside. It's gonna be a big decoration palooza, and I better be rested or my kid will kick my butt. But I'm gonna do another live stream, same topic, and I will do that. I love that idea, old school. Thank you with Jack's statement or whatever it was. I'm gonna go try to find it right now. And
I hope it was Jack. I hope it wasn't Jake. I thought it was Jack, but
yeah. Oh, maybe, huh?
Maybe I saw it the other day because he was talking, about.
Well, one of them needs to change their name. That's all I know. We're gonna call one of them Larry.
Don't bring Larry into this, Kelly.
So, oh well, if it's Jake, I'm sure there's something valuable there too. Anyway, so
let's just hope it was Jack.
Yeah, that'd be fun if it was.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
Gregory, thank you so much for coming up. Thank you, old school. Thank you, DC Prime Time, and Kevin Neese. Thank you for making an appearance. My girl Butterfly McCoy, thank you as well. And moderators, you're amazing. Ara, thank you for that article that you sent through the back chat. If it wasn't getting so late, I would have read it, like right here. But yeah. Ara, shoot me a text message. I want to talk to you about a couple of things anyhow. So awesome. All right. And thank you everybody who's watching. And yeah. Bye, sweeties.
Old school and DC Primetime. Enjoyed it.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
Same here, old school and Gregory. Have a good night. Take care.
Awesome.
Okay,
Good night.
good night.
All right. So good night, guys. And I will be doing the follow-up either. Do you guys get notifications? I hope you do. Well, Gregory, you're on the email list. So do you get notifications, old school? Oh, old school gone. Okay. So, it's all about justice for the victims of this horrific crime at the end of the day. And I, with all of my heart, hope that happens. And I hope it happens soon for the relief of the family and the community, not the community in the Truckee way, but the actual community and, just everybody. It's unnerving to every person to hear that things like this are happening and to wonder if it could happen to you, if it could happen to your children, if it could happen to your loved ones. It just, it's just not healthy stuff. So, all right, everyone, be safe, stay warm if you're in upstate New York or anywhere else that's cold. And I'm leaning towards doing another stream tomorrow night, but not tomorrow night. It'll be Monday or Tuesday. So I hope to see you guys all there. Thank you so much, and I'll see you soon.